Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is the sex life of the gods. Look. Welcome, esteemed listener, to the sex life of the gods, a journey into the tantalizing, tumultuous, and often shockingly human intimate world of ancient deities. In this inaugural chapter, look, our primary aim is to immediately seize your attention, to disrupt any preconceived notions you might hold about these revered figures, and to expose the scandalous, deeply relatable, and utterly human nature that pulses beneath their divine exteriors. We are about to embark on an adventure that strips away millennia of reverent worship and pristine mythology, revealing the raw, unfiltered passions, betrayals, and desires that truly define the gods and goddesses of antiquity. This isn't your Sunday school version of mythology, this is the unexpurgated, behind-the-scenes drama, brimming with all the messy, glorious chaos that makes us human. Think for a moment about the images that typically spring to mind when you envision a god or goddess. Perhaps it's the majestic Zeus, thundering from Olympus, a beacon of power and authority. Or the serene Athena, goddess of wisdom, embodying intellect and strategic brilliance. We've been conditioned, through art, literature, and even modern retellings, to view these entities through a veil of idealized perfection, their divine status elevating them far above the petty squabbles, the inconvenient urges, and the very human vulnerabilities that plague us mere mortals. But what if I told you that this perception is, in large part, a grand illusion, a carefully curated public relations campaign spanning millennia? What if the very fabric of their existence was interwoven with passions so intense, with jealousies so consuming, and with desires so insatiable that they would make even the most dramatic contemporary celebrity scandal seem utterly tame by comparison? This book, and this particular chapter, is designed to pierce through that gilded facade, to pull back the celestial curtains, and to invite you into the boudoirs, the clandestine meetings, the fraught dinner parties, and the downright scandalous love nests of the divine. We are going to explore the idea that the gods, far from being aloof and ethereal beings, were, in their intimate lives, startlingly, gloriously, and sometimes terrifyingly human. They loved with a fierce intensity, they desired with an unbridled hunger, they betrayed with a cunning born of deep-seated insecurities, and they suffered the agonizing pangs of jealousy and heartbreak with a dramatic flair that only beings of immense power could truly orchestrate. This isn't just about salacious gossip, it's about understanding the fundamental narratives that shaped human culture, morality, and even our understanding of ourselves, viewed through the lens of divine intimacy. It's about recognizing the echoes of our own complex relationships in the sprawling sagas of the gods. Now, let's delve deeper into the specific ways we'll achieve this profound disruption of expectation. Our first key point, the very cornerstone of this hook, is to ask a deeply provocative question: are divine beings truly above human desires? This question challenges the very foundation of divinity as we've been taught it. For centuries, across countless cultures, the gods have been presented as paragons, embodying virtues and powers that transcend our earthly limitations. Their narratives often focus on creation, warfare, justice, or the grand cosmic order. Their personal lives, when mentioned, are frequently sanitized, euphemized, or presented as allegories rather than raw, unfiltered expressions of desire. But what if the inverse is true? What if their divinity amplified, rather than suppressed, their most primal urges? What if their boundless power merely provided them with the means to pursue these desires on an unprecedented scale, with consequences that ripple through eternity? Consider this real-world storytelling example. Imagine picking up a gripping mystery novel, perhaps one penned by a master of suspense like Agatha Christie or Gillian Flynn. The opening pages don't just present a crime. We are talking about divine love triangles that sparked wars, vengeful ex-lovers who cursed entire generations, secret children born of clandestine trysts, and public displays of affection and aggression that reshaped landscapes and destinies. The sheer scale and consequence of their romantic entanglements were astronomical, with every broken heart or illicit encounter capable of sending shockwaves through the cosmos. Let's illustrate this with a real-world storytelling example, drawing a direct parallel to the very best or worst, depending on your perspective of reality TV. Imagine a show titled Olympian Housewives, where Zeus is the philandering patriarch, constantly sneaking off with nymphs, mortal women, and even other goddesses, often disguised as animals or elements of nature, leaving a trail of divine and demigod offspring in his wake. His wife, Hera, is the eternally enraged queen, a master of passive-aggressive retribution and direct, often brutal, revenge against his lovers and their unfortunate progeny. Think of the cameras catching Hera transforming one of Zeus's conquests, Io, into a cow, then sending a gadfly to torment her across continents. Imagine the confessionals where Hades bemoans his arranged marriage to Persephone, who herself is torn between the gloomy underworld and the vibrant surface world. Picture Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, openly cheating on her husband Hephaestus, the smith god, with Ares, the god of war, and the two being caught in a magically forged net, suspended naked for all the other gods to see and ridicule. This isn't conjecture, these are actual myths, bursting with the kind of high-stakes, deeply personal drama that reality TV producers can only dream of. The stakes are eternal life, divine power, and the very fabric of the cosmos, not just a coveted rose or a $1 million prize. From a psychological perspective, our fascination with this kind of dramatic, often scandalous, relational content is deeply rooted. Firstly, it provides vicarious experience. We might not be able to engage in divine-level betrayals or transform rivals into spiders, but we all understand the pangs of jealousy, the thrill of forbidden love, the bitterness of betrayal, and the intoxicating rush of passion. These stories, though set among gods, become mirrors reflecting the magnified versions of our own emotional landscapes. They allow us to experience extreme emotions and situations from a safe distance, offering a form of catharsis. Secondly, there's the irresistible allure of gossip and scandal. Humans are social creatures, and a significant part of our social intelligence involves observing and analyzing the relationships of others. We are drawn to stories of triumph and tragedy, especially when they involve powerful figures falling from grace or acting in ways that defy expectation. It confirms our suspicion that even those at the top are not immune to the messiness of life, fostering a sense of shared humanity. It's the ultimate validation that nobody is perfect, not even a god. This resonates because it speaks to our inherent interest in power dynamics, social structures, and the messy, unpredictable nature of human and, as we shall see, divine relationships. It's about seeing these powerful beings stripped of their untouchable aura, making them more accessible, more understandable, and ultimately, more compelling characters in the grand narrative of existence. For your practical application as a listener, I invite you to consciously embrace the theatricality and sheer spectacle of these divine love lives. When you hear these tales unfold, don't merely process them as ancient history. Instead, visualize them with the vividness of a high-budget cinematic production or, indeed, a gripping reality show. Ask yourself, if this were a modern series, who would be the fan favorite? Who would be the villain? What would the internet gossip forums be saying about this divine entanglement? Engage your imagination to see the raw emotion, the dramatic confrontations, and the outrageous antics. Introduction: Peeking behind the Pantheon. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey unlike any you've embarked upon before. Prepare yourself to delve into the very heart of antiquity, not through dusty scrolls or stoic monuments, but through the vibrant, tumultuous, and often shockingly intimate narratives of those beings who shaped the cosmos itself, the gods. My name is Narrator's Name, and I am absolutely thrilled to be your guide for what promises to be a truly captivating exploration, a total of 278 minutes of unraveling the divine tapestry of love, lust, betrayal, and passion. This isn't merely a history lesson, it is an invitation to peek behind the illustrious, often intimidating facade of the Pantheon, to discover the very human, all too human desires that fueled the most powerful entities in ancient mythology. When you hear the word gods, What images spring to mind? Perhaps you envision towering figures sculpted in marble, radiating an aura of solemn majesty. Or maybe you see them locked in epic, world-shattering battles, their every action determining the fate of mortals. We often picture them as paragons of virtue, or at the very least, as distant, ethereal beings far removed from the mundane concerns of our own lives. But what if I told you that these divine beings were not only intimately involved in the intricate dance of human emotions, but that their own romantic escapades, their passionate liaisons, their jealous rages, and their heartfelt devotions would put many a modern-day soap opera to shame? We are about to embark on a journey that will strip away the layers of reverence and formality, revealing the raw, unadulterated essence of divine attraction. We're going to talk about their sex lives, their heartaches, their conquests, and their vulnerabilities, all with a warm, engaging, and professional tone that will feel less like an academic lecture and more like a privileged conversation about the juiciest secrets of the cosmos. So, lean back, get comfortable, and let's begin our initial glimpse behind the divine curtain. Throughout this extensive listening experience, we'll be dissecting the core concepts of divine relationships across various mythologies. What exactly will we uncover as we navigate these ancient love affairs? Well, first and foremost, we'll be moving beyond the sanitized, often prudish versions of these myths that might have been presented to you in school. We're going to immerse ourselves in the original, uncensored narratives, drawing from primary sources to truly understand the depth and breadth of these stories. Our journey will take us through the sun-drenched landscapes of Greek and Roman myth, where deities like Zeus, the notoriously promiscuous king of Olympus, and his long-suffering, yet incredibly vengeful wife, Hera, preside over a chaotic family of gods. We'll then venture into the frosty realms of Norse mythology, discovering the complex emotional lives of figures such as Odin, Thor, and the ever-mischievous Loki, whose relationships often spawned monumental consequences. Our expedition won't stop there. We'll also explore the mystical Nile with the Egyptian pantheon, delving into the profoundly moving tale of Isis and Osiris, a love story so potent it transcended death itself, and then journey to the ancient lands of Mesopotamia, uncovering myths of creation, desire, and divine power that predate many of the more familiar narratives. Each chapter of this audiobook is carefully curated to shine a spotlight on a specific deity or a constellation of intertwined divine figures, allowing us to explore their unique romantic entanglements, their frequently scandalous affairs, their glorious triumphs in love, and their equally profound heartbreaks. You'll meet Aphrodite, the irresistible goddess of desire whose birth from sea foam set the standard for beauty and allure, Hades, the enigmatic ruler of the underworld, whose forceful courtship of Persephone shaped the very seasons, and countless others whose lives, loves, and sometimes very explicit adventures offer an unparalleled window into the human condition, albeit projected onto a cosmic stage. To illustrate this point, let's consider the figure of Zeus, arguably one of the most recognizable gods in the Greek pantheon. When we think of Zeus, we typically conjure images of a powerful, bearded patriarch, wielding thunderbolts, sitting authoritatively on his throne. He's the king of the gods, the ultimate authority. But is that the full picture? Not by a long shot. The myths paint a far more vivid and, shall we say, active portrait of Zeus. His incessant, almost insatiable pursuit of mortal women, nymphs, and even other goddesses is a cornerstone of Greek mythology. He transforms into a white bull to abduct Europa, a swan to seduce Leda, a shower of gold to infiltrate Danae's prison tower, and even an ant to woo Eurymedusa. These aren't just displays of power, they are elaborate, often deceptive, and undeniably lust-driven schemes undertaken for personal gratification. They reveal a god whose immense power was frequently channeled into the pursuit of desire, leading to an astonishing number of divine and semi-divine offspring, and, perhaps more importantly, an unending cycle of jealousy and retribution from his divine spouse, Hera. This isn't just about a god's personal life, it's a testament to raw, unchecked desire and the often extraordinary lengths to which beings, whether divine or mortal, will go to fulfill their passions. From a psychological perspective, why do these extensive and often scandalous narratives about divine romance matter? Why did ancient cultures invest so much creative energy in detailing the intimate lives of their gods? These myths were far more than mere entertainment. They served as complex moral compasses, cautionary tales, and sometimes, even justifications for existing societal norms and behaviors. The actions of the gods, however outrageous or seemingly immoral, often mirrored and magnified fundamental human drives and desires, projecting the core emotional experience, betrayal, humiliation, desire, vengeance, is precisely the same. Psychologically speaking, why does this ancient mirroring matter to us now? The myths provided, and continue to provide, a profound sense of catharsis. By projecting our deepest anxieties, our most forbidden desires, and our most complex emotional conflicts onto these divine, larger-than-life figures, ancient societies could process and externalize difficult truths. For us, hearing these stories today offers a unique, detached perspective on our own relationship challenges. It normalizes certain struggles in a way that can be incredibly comforting. Even the gods dealt with messy divorces, infidelity, and complex family dynamics. My own struggles are part of a universal human experience. This realization can alleviate feelings of isolation and shame, providing a sense of historical continuity. It's a way of saying, implicitly, you're not alone in feeling this way, or in experiencing this type of drama. These patterns of human interaction have been playing out for millennia, long before your time. These divine narratives tap into what Carl Jung described as archetypes, universal patterns and images that are part of the collective unconscious, providing fundamental frameworks for understanding human behavior and emotion. They allow us to see the timeless, enduring nature of passion, jealousy, devotion, and betrayal, helping us to identify these forces in our own lives with greater clarity and compassion. What are the practical application steps for you, the listener, as you engage with these tales? As we delve deeper into these epic sagas of divine love and loss, I genuinely invite you to become an active participant in this exploration. Consider your own experiences, your own observations of relationships around you, or even the fictional narratives you consume in books and on screen. Where do you begin to see subtle echoes of Zeus's power plays in modern office politics, or in the dynamics of a contemporary dating scene where one person holds more sway? Can you detect Hera's fierce, often destructive vindictiveness in the actions of a jilted ex-lover, or in the passive-aggressive battles fought within certain family structures? How might Aphrodite's irresistible allure manifest in contemporary advertising, meticulously crafted to provoke desire, or in the carefully curated, often idealized presentations of self on social media? By consciously drawing these connections between the divine and the mundane, between the ancient and the modern, you're not merely engaging in a historical exercise. You are actively gaining a richer, more nuanced, and profoundly insightful understanding of the timeless, fundamental forces that shape human interaction, attraction, and repulsion. You are developing a sophisticated lens through which to view the daily fabric of your own life and the lives of those around you, recognizing the deep, ancient patterns that continue to unfold in surprising, often predictable ways. This is about seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary, and understanding that the drama of the gods is, in essence, the drama of humanity itself, writ large. So, as we bring this introductory chapter to a close, let me reiterate the profound value proposition of the journey we are about to embark upon together. This isn't simply a collection of ancient stories, a dry recitation of mythological facts. No, the sex life of the gods is much more than that. It is an immersive, often titillating, and always insightful journey into the very heart of human experience, brilliantly illuminated by the dazzling, frequently scandalous, and deeply relatable lives of the gods themselves. It's an opportunity to discover that the deities of old were not so different from us, experiencing the same spectrum of emotions and engaging in many of the same romantic entanglements, albeit with far more dramatic consequences due to their divine powers. I encourage you to lean in, to suspend any preconceived judgments you might have about these ancient. Chapter 1, Zeus and the Art of the Chase. Welcome, dear listeners, to a fascinating journey into the very heart of desire, power, and the complex tapestry of relationships that define the gods of Olympus. In this inaugural chapter, Zeus and the Art of the Chase, we turn our attention to the undisputed king of the gods, the mighty Zeus himself, a figure as renowned for his thunderous might as he is for his insatiable appetites and his often tumultuous romantic pursuits. Prepare to delve deep into the core concept of Zeus's relentless amorous campaigns, exploring the intense power dynamics that underpinned his myriad affairs, and the profound, often chaotic, consequences that rippled through both the divine and mortal realms. Zeus, as many of you know, wasn't merely a ruler, he was a force of nature, a being of absolute authority and unparalleled charisma. But beneath the regal bearing and the cosmic responsibility lay a fervent, almost boundless desire, a constant yearning for connection, conquest, or perhaps simply novelty, that drove him into countless liaisons. How did this supreme power, this unchallengeable position, shape his approach to love, lust, and everything in between? What happens when the ultimate authority figure allows his desires to run rampant, unimpeded by consequence, at least for himself? This chapter aims to unravel these intricate questions, examining not just the mythology, but the very psychology behind the king's amorous adventures. Our exploration begins with a detailed look at Zeus's most famous, and perhaps most infamous, strategy in his romantic pursuits, his legendary use of various disguises. Zeus was, without a doubt, a master of transformation, a celestial chameleon who would adopt any form necessary to approach, enchant, or even deceive his desired partners. Think for a moment about the sheer creativity, or perhaps the sheer audacity, involved in these elaborate deceptions. These weren't mere casual flirtations, they were meticulously crafted scenarios designed to bypass resistance, to overcome obstacles, and to ensure the desired outcome. Consider the myth of Europa, a Phoenician princess of breathtaking beauty. Zeus, captivated by her grace, chose not to descend from Olympus as the formidable king of the gods, but rather transformed himself into a magnificent, snow-white bull, gentle and radiant, with horns like polished jewels. He mingled with her father's herds by the seashore, drawing Europa's attention with his serene demeanor and captivating beauty. The princess, charmed and unafraid, adorned his horns with flowers and eventually, playfully, climbed onto his broad back. It was then that the bull sprinted into the sea, carrying her away to the island of Crete, where he revealed his true identity and made her his consort. The disguise here wasn't just about anonymity, it was about disarming, about appearing harmless, even alluringly majestic, to overcome any potential fear or resistance she might have had towards a powerful deity. Then there's the notorious tale of Leda, the Spartan queen. Zeus, enthralled by her, transformed into a graceful swan, apparently fleeing from an eagle. Leda, in her compassion, sheltered the distressed bird, holding it close to her breast. The myth recounts that it was in this form, leveraging her empathy and maternal instinct, that Zeus achieved his desire. The offspring of this union, Helen of Troy and Clytemnestra, would, of course, shape the destiny of the entire Greek world. The choice of a swan, a creature of beauty, elegance, and perceived innocence, speaks volumes about Zeus's tactical cunning in these endeavors. And what of Danae, confined in a bronze tower by her father, King Acrisius, who sought to prevent a prophecy foretelling his death at the hands of his grandson? No mortal could reach her, but mortal barriers meant nothing to Zeus. He bypassed the physical constraints by transforming into a shower of golden rain, flowing through the smallest cracks and crevices, descending upon Danae in her prison. This was a disguise that was not only penetrative but also symbolic of wealth, warmth, and irresistible allure. From this union came Perseus, the hero who would indeed eventually fulfill the prophecy. This particular metamorphosis is a stark illustration of how absolute power finds a way, even against seemingly insurmountable obstacles, even against fate itself. We also have Alcmene, the mortal queen of Tyrans, whose beauty caught Zeus's eye. To seduce her, Zeus didn't become an animal or an element, he cunningly took the form of her own husband, Amphitryon, who was away at war. He extended Amphitryon's absence by an entire night, recounting vivid, fabricated tales of a glorious victory, enjoying 3 nights with Alcmene, all the while she believed she was with her devoted husband. This deception is particularly poignant because it directly exploited trust and intimacy, demonstrating a willingness to violate the sanctity of a marital bond through insidious trickery. Heracles, the greatest of Greek heroes, was the product of this elaborate deception. And who could forget Io, the priestess of Hera, whom Zeus pursued by shrouding her in a dense, dark cloud, seemingly to obscure their dalliance. When Hera grew suspicious, Zeus quickly transformed Io into a beautiful white heifer to conceal his infidelity. But Hera, ever astute, demanded the heifer as a gift and placed her under the watchful, never-sleeping eyes of Argus Panoptes, the 100-eyed giant. Zeus later had Argus slain, but Hera retaliated by sending a gadfly to endlessly torment Io, driving her across the world. Here, the disguise was initially one of concealment, then one of desperate protection, showcasing not just his desire but his subsequent attempts, albeit often clumsy, to manage the fallout. Finally, let us mention Ganymede, the most beautiful of mortal youths, whom Zeus, in the form of a majestic eagle, snatched from the plains of Troy and carried up to Olympus to serve as his cupbearer, granting him immortality. This particular transformation, while still a disguise, also functions as an embodiment of raw, overwhelming power, sweeping away the object of desire with an undeniable force. Now, let's consider a real-world storytelling example that, while not involving divine transformations, mirrors the underlying dynamics of these myths. Imagine a charismatic, highly influential figure, perhaps a CEO or a celebrated artist, who wishes to pursue someone in a significantly less powerful position. Instead of revealing their full identity and status, which might intimidate or create immediate resistance, they might adopt a more approachable persona. They might pretend to be a freelance consultant, a budding talent, or simply someone on a sabbatical, downplaying their immense wealth and influence. They might weave elaborate stories about their modest background, their struggles, or their aspirations, creating a narrative that makes them seem more relatable, more vulnerable, and thus, more accessible. This facade is maintained until the desired connection is established, at which point the true identity, and often the true power dynamic, is slowly revealed, by which time the other person might be too invested or too charmed to disengage. This isn't about literal shape-shifting. The lines between right and wrong blur, replaced by what I desire and how I can achieve it. Empathy, which requires understanding and valuing the perspectives and feelings of others, tends to diminish when one is constantly in a position of dominance. The needs and feelings of others become secondary, or even irrelevant, to the satisfaction of one's own urges. Zeus's boundless desire, unchecked by any true accountability, manifested as a pervasive sense of entitlement. He felt entitled to pursue any object of his affection, regardless of their marital status, their willingness, or the potential devastation his actions might wreak on them or their families. His desires were paramount. This isn't just about fleeting attraction, it's about a pattern of behavior that suggests an inability to tolerate frustration, a refusal to accept denial, and a deep-seated belief that his pleasure outweighs all other considerations. The wrath of Hera, while fearsome, was almost exclusively directed at his consorts and their offspring, rarely at Zeus himself in a way that truly curtailed his behavior for long. He could endure her tantrums, placate her momentarily, but his fundamental pattern of pursuit remained largely unbroken. Consider the psychological impact on those around him. For his consorts, both willing and unwilling, his affections often brought temporary bliss, but more frequently, long-term suffering. They faced Hera's relentless jealousy, the shame of public scandal, the danger of divine retribution, and often, the heartbreak of being discarded once Zeus's novelty wore off. For Hera, his constant infidelities inflicted profound psychological torment, public humiliation, betrayal by her husband and king, and a perpetual state of vigilance and rage. Her actions, often cruel and disproportionate, can be understood as the desperate lashing out of a powerful goddess deeply wounded and consistently disrespected by the man who should have been her most loyal partner. And for the other gods, they largely stood by, unable or unwilling to challenge the king of Olympus, thereby normalizing his destructive behavior through their silent complicity. As a real-world storytelling example, let us consider the historical archetype of the absolute monarch or dictator, particularly those unchecked by democratic institutions or a strong moral opposition. Think of rulers throughout history who, once achieving ultimate power, indulged in excesses of all kinds, including sexual. A specific historical figure who often comes to mind in discussions of unchecked power and desire is someone like King Louis XIV of France. While not a god, his position as an absolute monarch, the Sun King, meant that his desires, both political and personal, were rarely challenged by his subjects or even by the Church to a significant degree. He maintained numerous mistresses, often openly, fathered many illegitimate children, and lavished resources upon them, all while married to Queen Maria Theresa. The court often adapted to his preferences, and while there might have been societal gossip or private disapproval, Louis's power was such that he could largely operate beyond conventional moral strictures. His actions shaped courtly life, influenced social norms, and had very real consequences for the individuals involved, particularly the women and their children, who often found their status and future dependent entirely on his whim and the fickle nature of royal favor. His example, while centuries removed, illustrates how boundless power can indeed facilitate boundless desire, creating an environment where personal inclinations become de facto rules, and where the boundaries of others are easily transgressed without meaningful personal accountability. Psychologically, why does this combination of absolute power and boundless desire matter? It's a potent recipe for narcissism and a pathological lack of empathy. When a being is constantly affirmed in their supreme status and their every whim is catered to, they can develop an inflated sense of self-importance and a. How did Hera, with her own formidable power and fierce pride, react to her husband's unending betrayals? How did she exact her revenge, and what does her story tell us about navigating betrayal and asserting agency in the face of overwhelming odds? Join us in our next chapter, as we turn our attention to Hera's fury, the price of infidelity, exploring the devastating consequences of Zeus's affairs through the eyes of his formidable queen. Welcome, dear listeners, to a fascinating journey into the very heart of desire, power, and the complex tapestry of relationships that define the gods of Olympus. In this inaugural chapter, Zeus, and the Art of the Chase, we turn our attention to the undisputed king of the gods, the mighty Zeus himself, a figure as renowned for his thunderous might as he is for his insatiable appetites and his often tumultuous romantic pursuits. Prepare to delve deep into the core concept of Zeus's relentless amorous campaigns, exploring the intense power dynamics that underpinned his myriad affairs, and the profound, often chaotic, consequences that rippled through both the divine and mortal realms. Zeus, as many of you know, wasn't merely a ruler, he was a force of nature, a being of absolute authority and unparalleled charisma. But beneath the regal bearing and the cosmic responsibility lay a fervent, almost boundless desire, a constant yearning for connection, conquest, or perhaps simply novelty, that drove him into countless liaisons. How did this supreme power, this unchallengeable position, shape his approach to love, lust, and everything in between? What happens when the ultimate authority figure allows his desires to run rampant, unimpeded by consequence, at least for himself? This chapter aims to unravel these intricate questions, examining not just the mythology, but the very psychology behind the king's amorous adventures. Our exploration begins with a detailed look at Zeus's most famous, and perhaps most infamous, strategy in his romantic pursuits, his legendary use of various disguises. Zeus was, without a doubt, a master of transformation, a celestial chameleon who would adopt any form necessary to approach, enchant, or even deceive his desired partners. Think for a moment about the sheer creativity, or perhaps the sheer audacity, involved in these elaborate deceptions. These weren't mere casual flirtations, they were meticulously crafted scenarios designed to bypass resistance, to overcome obstacles, and to ensure the desired outcome. Consider the myth of Europa, a Phoenician princess of breathtaking beauty. Zeus, captivated by her grace, chose not to descend from Olympus as the formidable king of the gods, but rather transformed himself into a magnificent, snow-white bull, gentle and radiant, with horns like polished jewels. He mingled with her father's herds by the seashore, drawing Europa's attention with his serene demeanor and captivating beauty. The princess, charmed and unafraid, adorned his horns with flowers and eventually, playfully, climbed onto his broad back. It was then that the bull sprinted into the sea, carrying her away to the island of Crete, where he revealed his true identity and made her his consort. The disguise here wasn't just about anonymity, it was about disarming, about appearing harmless, even alluringly majestic, to overcome any potential fear or resistance she might have had towards a powerful deity. This particular metamorphosis showcases Zeus's understanding of human nature, specifically the human tendency to be drawn to beauty and apparent gentleness, especially when combined with a touch of the extraordinary. He wasn't relying on fear or overt power, but on seduction through an almost idyllic, pastoral fantasy. Then there's the notorious tale of Leda, the Spartan queen. Zeus, enthralled by her, transformed into a graceful swan, apparently fleeing from an eagle. Leda, in her compassion, sheltered the distressed bird, holding it close to her breast. The myth recounts that it was in this form, leveraging her empathy and maternal instinct, that Zeus ach. Now, let's consider a real-world storytelling example that, while not involving divine transformations, mirrors the underlying dynamics of these myths. Imagine a charismatic, highly influential figure, perhaps a CEO or a celebrated artist, who wishes to pursue someone in a significantly less powerful position. Instead of revealing their full identity and status, which might intimidate or create immediate resistance, they might adopt a more approachable persona. They might pretend to be a freelance consultant, a budding talent, or simply someone on a sabbatical, downplaying their immense wealth and influence. They might weave elaborate stories about their modest background, their struggles, or their aspirations, creating a narrative that makes them seem more relatable, more vulnerable, and thus, more accessible. This facade is maintained until the desired connection is established, at which point the true identity, and often the true power dynamic, is slowly revealed, by which time the other person might be too invested or too charmed to disengage. This isn't about literal shape-shifting, but about the strategic deployment of a crafted persona to circumvent natural defenses and achieve a desired romantic or sexual outcome. Think of it as psychological camouflage, a calculated presentation of self designed to elicit a specific response, ultimately serving the powerful individual's agenda. The illusion of equality or shared vulnerability is a potent form of modern-day disguise that can be incredibly effective in bypassing someone's initial reservations or protective instincts. From a psychological perspective, why does Zeus's reliance on disguises matter? What does it reveal about the interplay of absolute power and boundless desire? Firstly, it speaks volumes about a profound sense of entitlement. Zeus clearly believed that what he desired, he should have, and that any obstacles, whether they be the sanctity of marriage, a father's protective decree, or simply the free will of the individual, were merely inconveniences to be cleverly circumvented. There is little indication of genuine courtship or mutual consent in many of these tales, rather, there is a clear intent to obtain. This entitlement stems directly from his unchallenged position. When one is never told no, the concept of a boundary simply ceases to exist in a meaningful way. He saw himself as above the rules, capable of bending reality to his will, even in the most intimate of interactions. Secondly, the disguises highlight a fundamental disrespect for boundaries and individual agency. By appearing as a gentle bull, a sympathetic swan, or a loving husband, Zeus actively bypasses conscious choice and rational assessment. He plays on trust, empathy, and pre-existing affections or vulnerabilities. This manipulation, while often couched in mythological romance, in reality represents a significant abuse of power. It's a strategy that suggests a deep-seated fear of direct rejection or perhaps an impatience with the natural progression of building a genuine connection. Why bother with the complexities of persuasion when you can simply become irresistible or invisible? The very act of deception implies an underlying assumption that the target would not be amenable to a direct approach, thus validating the need for subterfuge. It's a shortcut that prioritizes the pursuer's desire over the autonomy of the pursued. Furthermore, these deceptions indicate a certain psychological distance. By never fully revealing his true, overwhelming self until the deed is done, Zeus maintains a degree of emotional detachment. He can engage in these pursuits as a game, an intellectual challenge, rather than a genuine encounter between equals. This allows him to compartmentalize his actions, insulating himself from the full emotional weight or moral implications of his behavior. The disguise isn't just for the target, it's also a psychological shield for the perpetrator, allowing them to enact desires without confronting the true impact of their identity on the situation. The wrath of Hera, while fearsome, was almost exclusively directed at his consorts and their offspring, rarely at Zeus himself in a way that truly curtailed his behavior for long. He could endure her tantrums, placate her momentarily, but his fundamental pattern of pursuit remained largely unbroken. This lack of genuine consequence for himself further solidified his psychological immunity to moral qualms. Consider the psychological impact on those around him. For his consorts, both willing and unwilling, his affections often brought temporary bliss, but more frequently, long-term suffering. They faced Hera's relentless jealousy, the shame of public scandal, the danger of divine retribution, and often, the heartbreak of being discarded once Zeus's novelty wore off. Their lives were often irrevocably altered, sometimes tragically so, simply because they caught the eye of the king of the gods. For Hera, his constant infidelities inflicted profound psychological torment, public humiliation, betrayal by her husband and king, and a perpetual state of vigilance and rage. Her actions, often cruel and disproportionate, can be understood as the desperate lashing out of a powerful goddess deeply wounded and consistently disrespected by the man who should have been her most loyal partner. Her fury, while destructive, is an understandable, if tragically channeled, response to ceaseless betrayal. And for the other gods, they largely stood by, unable or unwilling to challenge the king of Olympus, thereby normalizing his destructive behavior through their silent complicity. Their fear or political calculation reinforces the very power structure that allows Zeus's transgressions to continue unchecked, creating a pervasive culture of acceptance around his moral failings. As a real-world storytelling example, let us consider the historical archetype of the absolute monarch or dictator, particularly those unchecked by democratic institutions or a strong moral opposition. Think of rulers throughout history who, once achieving ultimate power, indulged in excesses of all kinds, including sexual. A specific historical figure who often comes to mind in discussions of unchecked power and desire is someone like King Louis XIV of France. While not a god, his position as an absolute monarch, the Sun King, meant that his desires, both political and personal, were rarely challenged by his subjects or even by the Church to a significant degree. He maintained numerous mistresses, often openly, fathered many illegitimate children, and lavished resources upon them, all while married to Queen Maria Theresa. The court often adapted to his preferences, and while there might have been societal gossip or private disapproval, Louis's power was such that he could largely operate beyond conventional moral strictures. His actions shaped courtly life, influenced social norms, and had very real consequences for the individuals involved, particularly the women and their children, who often found their status and future dependent entirely on his whim and the fickle nature of royal favor. His example, while centuries removed, illustrates how boundless power can indeed facilitate boundless desire, creating an environment where personal inclinations become de facto rules, and where the boundaries of others are easily transgressed without meaningful personal accountability. This dynamic isn't confined to royalty. It can play out in corporate settings, political spheres, or even within families where one individual holds significant, unchecked authority. Psychologically, why does this combination of absolute power and boundless desire matter? It's a potent recipe for narcissism and a pathological lack of empathy. When a being is constantly affirmed in their supreme status and their every whim is catered to, they can develop an inflated sense of self-importance and an inability to truly relate to others as equals. Their world revolves around their own gratification. This leads to objectification. Individuals are no longer seen as complex beings with their own rights and This combination, as we've analyzed, fosters entitlement, diminishes empathy, and creates a moral vacuum where personal desires supersede all other considerations, leaving a trail of suffering for those caught in his orbit, most notably his long-suffering wife, Hera. Our practical takeaways emphasize the importance of critical observation, boundary setting, and cultivating personal empathy and accountability in our own lives, urging us to be mindful of power dynamics in all our interactions. This chapter serves as a powerful reminder that while power can achieve much, unchecked power, especially when combined with rampant desire, can lead to profound ethical failures and widespread emotional devastation. As we conclude this chapter, reflect upon the image of Zeus, not just as the powerful king, but as a complex figure whose personal desires so profoundly shaped the very fabric of existence for gods and mortals alike. His story isn't just a collection of ancient tales, it's a timeless narrative about the temptations and pitfalls of ultimate power and the profound impact of unchecked desire. And what about the woman who bore the brunt of his ceaseless infidelities, the queen of the gods herself? How did Hera, with her own formidable power and fierce pride, react to her husband's unending betrayals? How did she exact her revenge, and what does her story tell us about navigating betrayal and asserting agency in the face of overwhelming odds? Join us in our next chapter, as we turn our attention to Hera's fury, the price of infidelity, exploring the devastating consequences of Zeus's affairs through the eyes of his formidable queen, and examining the true cost of unbridled desire. Chapter 2, Hera's Righteous Wrath. Welcome back, dear listener, to the Sex Life of the Gods, where we delve beyond the myths to uncover the profound human truths embedded within these ancient narratives. In our last chapter, we set the stage, painting a vivid picture of Zeus, the audacious and undeniably potent king of Olympus, a deity whose appetites extended far beyond ambrosia and nectar. We observed his casual disregard for marital vows, his ceaseless pursuit of new conquests, and the sheer force of his divine will. Now, as we turn the page to chapter 2, we shift our gaze from the unbridled philanderer to the enduring figure who stood, and often seethed, in his shadow, Hera, the formidable queen of Olympus, and the quintessential embodiment of the betrayed wife. Consider, if you will, the unique position Hera found herself in. She was not merely a wronged mortal woman, she was a goddess, queen of the gods, revered as the patron of marriage and childbirth, an immensely powerful deity in her own right. Yet, despite her formidable status, she was perpetually subjected to the public and audacious infidelities of her husband, Zeus. This wasn't merely a private marital dispute, it was a cosmic spectacle, played out against the backdrop of the entire universe, witnessed by gods, mortals, and nymphs alike. The psychological toll of such divine infidelity, therefore, was exponentially magnified. It wasn't just personal humiliation, it was an affront to her sacred domain, an undermining of her authority, and a constant erosion of her dignity, witnessed by all who looked to Olympus. Imagine the perpetual state of hypervigilance, the gnawing suspicion, the searing jealousy, and the profound sense of betrayal that must have festered within her divine heart. It's a feeling, perhaps, that resonates even in our own mortal lives, albeit on a far less grand scale. Have you ever felt that sting of public humiliation, that quiet shame when a trust has been broken, not just between two people, but within a wider social circle? Hera's plight offers a magnified reflection of these universal human emotions. Her divinity did not shield her from the agony of betrayal; if anything, it amplified it, making her suffering a public declaration of her husband's disrespect and a constant challenge to her supreme position as the goddess of marriage itself. Her story is a powerful testament to the destructive power of infidelity, even when wielded by the most powerful being in the cosmos. Hera, in her boundless wrath, rarely dared to directly confront Zeus with the full force of her anger. And why, you might ask, would a goddess of such power and stature shy away from facing her husband head-on? The answer lies in the deeply ingrained power dynamics of Olympus, and indeed, within many patriarchal structures that echo through history. Zeus, as the All-Father, the wielder of the thunderbolt, held ultimate dominion. To directly challenge him in a fit of rage would be to risk a truly catastrophic divine conflict, one that even Hera, with all her might not emerge from unscathed, or at the very least, without further diminishing her own standing and possibly sparking a revolt among the other deities who feared Zeus's absolute power. Furthermore, a direct confrontation might even be seen as admitting a weakness, a public acknowledgement of her husband's transgressions that she, as the queen, was unable to control, thereby further eroding her carefully cultivated image of power and authority. Instead, Hera's anger, like a coiled serpent, struck at the most vulnerable points in Zeus's intricate web of affairs, his mortal lovers, and occasionally, their offspring. Her revenge was often exquisitely tailored, not always aimed at immediate death, but at prolonged suffering, cosmic humiliation, or transformation that robbed the individual of their former self, a true testament to the psychological depth and cunning of her wrath. It was a calculated, chilling form of retribution, a way to project her profound pain and exert a twisted form of control where she felt powerless, a visceral exp. Hera's actions here were an indirect form of murder, a brilliant and cruel manipulation of mortal vanity and divine power, a chilling example of her cunning and her willingness to use even a lover's own desires against them. And what about Leto, pregnant with twins by Zeus, Apollo, and Artemis, two of the most magnificent deities of the pantheon? Hera, in her relentless pursuit of vengeance, decreed that Leto would find no land on earth where she could safely give birth, casting her out to wander homeless and desperate. Leto wandered far and wide, tormented not only by her pregnancy but also by a monstrous serpent, Python, sent by Hera to pursue her relentlessly, a terrifying guardian of Hera's decree. The entire world, seemingly, conspired against her, terrified of Hera's wrath. Leto finally found a precarious refuge on the barren, floating island of Delos, which, being unanchored to the earth, could technically bypass Hera's decree. There, after excruciating labor that lasted for 9 days and 9 nights, aided by other compassionate goddesses who bravely defied Hera's edict, she finally gave birth to Apollo and Artemis, two of the most powerful and influential Olympian gods. Hera's revenge here was protracted, designed to inflict maximum physical and emotional suffering during an incredibly vulnerable time, almost preventing the birth of these pivotal deities altogether, a testament to her far-reaching and deeply felt resentment. Even the beautiful nymph Callisto, another object of Zeus's fleeting desire, faced Hera's implacable anger, though in this version of the myth, it was often Artemis who transformed her for breaking her vow of chastity. However, other versions attribute her transformation directly to Hera, seeking vengeance for Zeus's infidelity. Regardless of the immediate catalyst, Hera's influence looms large over the narrative. When Callisto became pregnant by Zeus, Hera, or in some accounts, Artemis at Hera's prompting, transformed Callisto into a bear, condemning her to wander the wilderness, stripped of her human form, her beautiful voice, and her connection to humanity. Years later, her own son, Arcas, unknowingly hunted her, nearly killing his own mother in a tragic twist of fate. Zeus, taking pity on them both and seeking to protect his son, finally placed them among the stars as the constellations Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, but it was Hera's curse, or the direct consequence of her vengeful spirit, that initiated the profound and enduring tragedy. These examples, among many others that pepper the vast landscape of Greek mythology, illustrate Hera's profound ability to craft punishments that were not just painful, but deeply symbolic, enduring, and often irreversible, turning the very fabric of existence against her husband's temporary distractions. They were monuments to her suffering, etched into the fabric of the cosmos and the lives of those caught in Zeus's turbulent orbit. Think of a real-world storytelling example, not necessarily divine, but deeply human, that mirrors Hera's pattern of displaced aggression, where the pain of betrayal is redirected. Consider a historical drama like The Tudors, where the intricate dance of power and passion saw Anne Boleyn ultimately losing her head, not just because of Henry VIII's desire for Jane Seymour, but because of the political machinations and the shifting loyalties around him, largely orchestrated by those who felt threatened or wronged by Anne's rise. While Henry was the ultimate decision-maker, the courtly figures, driven by ambition and loyalty to the king or the previous queen, often became instruments of subtle, yet devastating, revenge or elimination against Anne and her faction. Or consider a more contemporary domestic drama, perhaps a film or a novel, where a person scorned in a relationship, feeling unable to directly confront the more powerful or unrepentant partner, might instead seek to sabotage the new relationship, or spread rumors, or subtly undermine the reputation of the new lover. This indirect approach, striking at the periphery when that loyalty is broken, the very foundation of our world can feel shattered, leaving us adrift and vulnerable. Marriage itself, as an institution, finds its divine patron in Hera, a figure who paradoxically suffered its greatest indignities. In ancient Greece, marriage was far more than a romantic union, it was a cornerstone of social order, a means of legitimate progeny essential for inheritance and societal continuity, and a sacred contract overseen by the gods. Hera's suffering, therefore, profoundly underscores the immense societal and spiritual importance placed upon this union. The stories of her wrath serve as a powerful, albeit often unsettling, commentary on the devastating consequences of violating these sacred bonds. It raises the uncomfortable question, what happens when the very gods who establish and uphold these fundamental rules consistently and flagrantly break them? How does that impact the moral fabric of the universe they govern, and by extension, the human societies that emulate them? For many, both then and now, marriage is more than a legal contract, it's a spiritual, emotional, and social covenant, promising companionship, shared life, mutual support, and a collective future. When infidelity breaches this covenant, it's not just a personal injury, it's a profound disruption of an established order, a tearing of the very fabric of trust that binds two lives. And then, there is the powerful, almost magnetic, theme of revenge. Hera's narrative is, in many ways, a saga of unending retribution, a relentless cycle of punitive actions. Her acts of vengeance, while perhaps understandable given the depth of her provocation and humiliation, rarely bring her true peace or ultimate resolution. Instead, they often perpetuate a cycle of suffering, harming innocence, or creating new deities with complicated birth narratives and often hostile relationships. Revenge, as a fundamental human impulse, is deeply ingrained in our collective psyche. It stems from a profound desire for justice, for balance to be restored, for the scales to be righted after a wrong has been committed. It offers a fleeting, potent sense of power, a moment of visceral satisfaction in seeing the transgressor or their proxy suffer, providing a temporary catharsis from overwhelming pain. But does it truly heal the wounds? Does it truly restore what was lost? Hera's story, in its relentless pursuit of vengeance, suggests that while it might provide a temporary emotional release, it rarely leads to enduring peace, genuine reconciliation, or true closure. On the contrary, it often creates new wounds, new enemies, and new cycles of conflict, demonstrating the profound and often self-defeating nature of retribution. It's a powerful exploration of the double-edged sword of vengeance, a fundamental aspect of human morality and justice systems throughout history, echoing in countless myths, legends, and real-world conflicts. Let's explore a real-world storytelling example that vividly encapsulates these enduring themes. Consider Shakespeare's immortal tragedy, Othello. Here, we witness the devastating consequences of broken trust and the poisonous nature of revenge, magnified by unchecked jealousy. Othello, a valiant general, blinded by false accusations of infidelity against his loyal and virtuous wife Desdemona, succumbs to a jealous rage that ultimately leads him to murder her in a horrific act of passion. The play then spirals into a tragic unveiling of Iago's malicious deception, driven by his own twisted, deeply held sense of being wronged and unappreciated. The themes of loyalty, Desdemona's unwavering, almost tragic, devotion, marriage, the sacred bond utterly shattered by suspicion, manipulation, and violence, and revenge, Iago's cunning, destructive machinations and Othello's violent retribution are woven together to create a timeless masterpiece of human psychology. The profound psychological toll of betrayal, the agonizing fragility of trust, and the self-destructive spiral of unchecked anger and envy are all laid bare with breathtaking. It holds up a powerful mirror to our own human experiences, reflecting the universality of these raw emotions, from the searing sting of betrayal to the desperate yearning for justice and control. As we move forward in the sex life of the gods, we will continue to unravel the intricate tapestry of divine relationships, examining how these powerful emotions and actions ripple through the lives of other gods and mortals, shaping their destinies and the very fabric of the cosmos. We'll explore how the unique nature of divine power influences these dynamics, often magnifying consequences and creating narratives that are both breathtakingly grand and profoundly relatable. We will also consider what lessons, both cautionary and inspiring, we can glean from these cosmic dramas that have captivated humanity for millennia. Next, in Chapter 3, we will turn our attention to the offspring of these tumultuous unions, examining the often complicated lives and destinies of Zeus's children, both legitimate and illegitimate, and how their parentage, often born of conflict and secret passion, profoundly shaped their roles in the vast and vibrant pantheon of Greek mythology. Join us as we continue our fascinating exploration into the sex life of the gods, where every tale of divine passion and betrayal reveals a deeper truth about the enduring human condition. Chapter 3, Aphrodite's Web of Passion. Welcome back to the sex life of the gods, where we peel back the layers of myth to uncover timeless truths about desire, power, and the human condition, as mirrored in the divine. Today, we step into the captivating, often chaotic, world of Chapter 3, Aphrodite's Web of Passion. Prepare to be enchanted, perhaps even scandalized, as we dive deep into the life of the goddess of love herself, exploring her involuntary arrangement of marriage and the dazzling, unbridled affairs that defined her existence. Aphrodite, born from the pristine sea foam, emerged not just as a goddess of unparalleled beauty, but as the very embodiment of love, desire, pleasure, and procreation. Her genesis was not of flesh and blood, but of primal elements, making her an elemental force, a fundamental drive within the cosmos. Can you imagine the sheer potency of such a being? She wasn't merely beautiful, she was the very essence of what makes beauty desirable, the spark that ignites passion, the impulse that drives creation. Her presence alone stirred hearts, loosened inhibitions, and compelled devotion. This immense power, however, made the other gods, particularly Zeus, the king of Olympus, incredibly uneasy. They feared her disruptive potential, the chaos her beauty and inherent allure could unleash among the immortals, let alone mortals. To quell this perceived threat, to somehow contain this untamed force of nature, Zeus orchestrated a marriage for her, a decision that would forever shape Aphrodite's narrative and set the stage for her defiant reclamation of agency. The unfortunate groom chosen for Aphrodite was Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, the god of fire, craftsmanship, and metallurgy. He was a master artisan, yes, capable of creating objects of breathtaking beauty and ingenious design, yet he was also lame, physically imperfect, and often portrayed as gruff and unrefined, a stark contrast to Aphrodite's ethereal grace. Picture the most exquisite, luminous jewel being bound to the rough, soot-stained hands of a diligent but physically burdened artisan. This union was less about love and more about control, an attempt to anchor the uncontainable power of desire to the steady, earthy confines of duty and domesticity. But how could such a vibrant, elemental force be truly contained? Aphrodite, being Aphrodite, refused to be limited by this arrangement. Her very nature demanded expression, demanded passion, and so she embarked on a series of unbridled affairs, not out of malice, perhaps, but out of an inherent need to fulfill her own divine essence. These weren't mere dalliances, they were powerful expressions of her refusal to conform, her assertion that her desire was her own, and that love, in its true form, could never be dictated or caged. Now, let's turn our attention to the contrasting relationships that truly illuminate Aphrodite's character and her profound impact on the divine tapestry, her bond with the steadfast Hephaestus and her tumultuous, electrifying connection with the brutal Ares. This juxtaposition offers us a masterclass in the complexities of desire, security, and personal fulfillment. Hephaestus, her husband by decree, was the epitome of the devoted, kind, and hard-working partner. He worshipped Aphrodite, dedicating his unparalleled skill to crafting magnificent jewelry and a splendid palace for her. He was reliable, loyal, and offered a stable, albeit passionless, foundation. Yet, Aphrodite found herself continually seeking something more, something beyond the comfort and admiration he provided. Her affair with Ares, the god of war, was the antithesis of her marriage. Ares was raw, dangerous, and incredibly alluring. Their connection was a tempest of passion, a scandalous, open secret that thrived on transgression and immediate gratification. It was the thrill of the forbidden, the intoxicating pull of danger, the magnetic dance between beauty and brutality. Consider, for a moment, the poignant story of Hephaestus's ingenious trap. Discovering Aphrodite's infidelity with Ares, Hephaestus, in his quiet pain, forg. It's about the chemistry of opposites, the explosive energy generated when beauty meets brutality, when peace meets chaos. This often stems from deeper needs for validation, excitement, or a sense of personal liberation, especially if one feels constrained or undervalued in other areas of life. It highlights the internal conflict between the self we believe we should be and the self that desires raw, uninhibited experience. So, how can we apply this practically in our own lives? For those who find themselves in a Hephaestus role, consistently providing but feeling unseen or unappreciated, the practical application lies in understanding your own worth beyond what you provide. Step 1. Communicate your needs clearly and assertively. Are you expressing your desires for passion and excitement, or are you assuming your partner should just know? Step 2. Actively seek to reignite the spark, perhaps by introducing novelty into the relationship or challenging your partner to meet you on a more emotional or adventurous plane. Step 3, and this is crucial, evaluate whether your intrinsic needs for emotional connection and passionate reciprocity are being met. If not, are you willing to address this imbalance or accept it? For those who feel the Aries pull, drawn to relationships that are intense but ultimately unstable or even destructive, the practical steps involve deeper self-reflection. Step 1. Identify the underlying need that the Aries figure fulfills. Is it excitement, validation, a sense of being alive, or perhaps a way to avoid deeper intimacy? Step 2. Differentiate between healthy excitement and harmful chaos. True passion can exist within a stable, respectful relationship. It doesn't always require destruction. Step 3. Cultivate self-worth that isn't dependent on external validation, especially not from someone who brings turmoil. Learn to find your own internal fire, your own source of thrill, perhaps through creative pursuits, challenging goals, or healthy risks, rather than seeking it in tumultuous relationships. This discernment allows us to choose partners who align with our overall well-being, rather than simply satisfying a fleeting craving. Beyond her complex relationships, Aphrodite offers profound lessons in female empowerment and sexual agency. She was not a victim of her arranged marriage, she actively reclaimed her autonomy. Her numerous affairs weren't merely promiscuity, they were powerful expressions of her divine nature and a defiant refusal to be confined. In a patriarchal pantheon, Aphrodite stands out as a goddess who unequivocally defined her own pleasure and desire, asserting her sexuality as a source of power, rather than a tool for male control or a commodity to be traded. She dared to be overtly sexual, desiring and being desired, without apology or shame. Let's look at another real-world storytelling example. Consider Maria, a woman raised in a conservative community where marriage was presented as the ultimate goal for women, and female sexuality was rarely discussed openly, let alone celebrated. She was expected to marry young, choose a respectable partner, and conform to traditional gender roles. However, Maria, inspired by a growing sense of self-awareness and exposure to diverse perspectives, started to question these norms. She pursued higher education, built a successful career, and, perhaps most significantly, explored her own sexuality on her own terms. She chose partners based on genuine connection and desire, rather than societal pressure or convenience. She became unapologetically sensual, dressing and behaving in ways that celebrated her femininity and confidence, not for the gaze of others, but for her own fulfillment. When family members or societal figures attempted to shame her or dictate her choices, she, like Aphrodite, stood firm, demonstrating that her body, her desires, and her life path were hers alone to define. She embraced her sensual power, not as a means to manipulate or control, but as an integral part of her authentic self, an expression of her eye. Chapter 4, Hades and Persephone. Welcome back, discerning listeners, to the sex life of the gods. In our previous chapters, we've journeyed through the primal energies of creation and the often turbulent courtships of the Olympian pantheon. Today, we descend into a realm far removed from the sun-drenched peaks of Mount Olympus, into a story that casts a long, intriguing shadow across the landscape of myth. We are about to delve into Chapter 4, Hades and Persephone. Prepare yourselves, for we are about to unpack the ancient world's most debated romance. Was it a brutal abduction, a tragic rape that scarred the very fabric of the cosmos, or a dark, compelling enemies to lovers tale, a narrative born from the very depths of the shadows? This myth, unlike many others, doesn't offer easy answers. It challenges our modern sensibilities, forcing us to confront uncomfortable questions about consent, power dynamics, and the transformative nature of profound, often involuntary, change. It's a story that has haunted artists, poets, and philosophers for millennia, precisely because it refuses to be neatly categorized. Is it a cautionary tale of innocence lost, or a powerful allegory for the awakening of dormant power and the necessary embrace of one's own destiny? We will explore these nuances, peeling back the layers of cultural interpretation and psychological insight, to reveal the enduring relevance of this truly complex divine relationship. Our journey begins with one of the most pivotal and deeply symbolic moments in the entire myth, Persephone's consumption of the pomegranate seeds. Picture the scene: Persephone, distraught and bewildered in the opulent yet somber halls of the underworld, a world she never chose. Hades, the formidable king, offers her a fruit, vibrant and enticing in its ruby-red allure, a stark contrast to the shadowy realm. She eats. Perhaps it was out of hunger, a simple, human need in an inhuman place. Perhaps it was a flicker of curiosity, a desperate attempt to find something familiar in an alien environment. Or perhaps, and this is where the myth truly deepens, it was a subtle, almost unconscious acceptance of her new reality, a nascent stir of her own agency beginning to emerge, even in captivity. The number of seeds she consumes is often debated in various retellings, sometimes 3, sometimes 6, but the essence remains: she partakes of the food of the dead, irrevocably binding herself to the underworld and its sovereign. The symbolism of these pomegranate seeds is profound and multi-layered, a masterclass in ancient storytelling. On the surface, it's a simple rule: consume food from the underworld, and you are forever bound to it. This reflects ancient beliefs about hospitality and the sanctity of shared meals, where partaking of a host's food created an unbreakable bond. But dig deeper, and the pomegranate itself is a paradox. It's an ancient symbol of fertility, bursting with countless seeds, promising abundance and new life, often associated with marriage and procreation. Yet, its crimson juice also evokes blood, sacrifice, and the solemnity of death. It's a fruit that bridges life and death, just as Persephone herself will come to embody both the vibrant maiden of spring and the formidable queen of the dead. Was her eating the seeds a trick, a cruel deception by Hades to keep her? Or was it a moment of choice, albeit under duress, a quiet act of resignation or even a burgeoning recognition of her own power? The myth invites us to ponder the nature of free will within constraints. To illustrate this binding power of a seemingly small act, consider the real-world storytelling example of the Fey bargains in many fantasy narratives. In countless tales, a mortal straying into the Fey realm is warned against eating or drinking anything offered by the enchanting, often capricious, inhabitants. A single bite of a sweet cake, a sip of sparkling wine, and the mortal is instantly bound to that magical dimension, unable to leave, or subject to the Fae's whims. Think of stories like Holly Black's The Cruel Prince, where the It speaks to the universal fear of losing a child, and the immense power of a mother's love. Simultaneously, Persephone's journey is one of adolescence and maturity. She descends as Korah, the innocent maiden, and emerges as Persephone, the powerful, sovereign queen. It's the death of childhood and the birth of adulthood, a painful but necessary individuation process. She embodies both the vibrant life of spring and the solemn majesty of death, becoming a bridge between two worlds, integrating light and shadow within herself. Her transformation is a testament to emotional resilience, suggesting that even profound loss and forced change can lead to renewal and a new, more integrated state of being. Consider a real-world storytelling example to illuminate this transformation. Think of any powerful narrative where a protagonist undergoes a dark night of the soul or a period of profound loss before emerging transformed and strengthened. Elizabeth Gilbert's memoir, Eat, Pray, Love, is a contemporary example. Gilbert experiences a devastating divorce and personal crisis, metaphorically descending into her own underworld of grief and uncertainty. Her subsequent journey, literal and figurative, through Italy, India, and Bali is her path to healing and self-discovery. She eventually emerges not as the person she was before, but as a more integrated, self-aware individual who has embraced both her joys and her sorrows, much like Persephone who, after her time in the darkness, returns to bring life, but now with the wisdom and power of the underworld queen. Her journey is about finding balance and integrating different aspects of her life, a powerful echo of Persephone's dual nature. From a psychological perspective, this myth provides a crucial framework for understanding grief and loss. Demeter's all-consuming sorrow validates the intensity of these emotions and their profound impact on our internal and external worlds. It reminds us that healing is not linear, it's cyclical, like the seasons. Furthermore, Persephone's journey is a potent archetype for individuation, the process of becoming a fully integrated, unique individual, distinct from one's parents or original environment. She literally breaks away from the overprotective embrace of her mother to find her own identity and power. This descent into the unknown, confronting the shadow realm, is a necessary step for self-discovery and the integration of disparate aspects of the self. The myth underscores the necessity of endings for new beginnings, just as winter is essential for spring. Periods of descent or difficulty are crucial for personal growth and renewal. It offers us a powerful lesson in embracing all seasons of our emotional landscape. Now, for your practical application steps from this rich tapestry of meaning. First, identify your own personal seasons. Can you recognize periods of vibrant growth, joyful abundance, quiet dormancy, and profound loss or introspection in your own life? How do these align with or diverge from natural cycles? Simply acknowledging these patterns can bring clarity and acceptance. Second, learn to embrace the winter. Instead of fighting difficult periods or trying to rush through them, can you lean into them, recognizing their potential for growth, introspection, and quiet preparation for future blossoming? What lessons might your winter be trying to teach you? Third, cultivate resilience by drawing strength from past descents. How have you navigated challenges in the past, and what wisdom did you gain? Understand that life is cyclical, and you have the inner resources to endure and emerge renewed. Fourth, actively work to reframe loss. See it not just as an ending, but as a catalyst for transformation, an opening for something new and unexpected to emerge. What new aspects of yourself or your life have been born from experiences of loss? Finally, strive to integrate your dualities. Like Persephone, who embodies both the light of spring and the depth of the underworld, how can you embrace both your light and shadow? Chapter 5, Apollo's Tragic Romances. Welcome back, dear listener, to the Sex Life of the Gods, where we peel back the layers of divine passion, intrigue, and sometimes, profound sorrow. In this chapter, we turn our gaze upon one of Olympus's most dazzling figures, a deity synonymous with light, music, poetry, and prophecy, Apollo. He is the radiant sun god, the archer, the healer, the very embodiment of Hellenic ideals. One might assume such a magnificent being would have no trouble in matters of the heart, that love would simply fall at his feet, eager for his embrace. Yet, as we shall discover, even gods of such immense power and charm are not immune to the cruel sting of fate, the agony of unrequited affection, and the unbearable grief of loss. Indeed, Apollo, for all his splendor, possesses a truly terrible, almost cursed, luck in love. His romantic entanglements are less a tapestry of joyous unions and more a somber collection of heartbreaks, betrayals, and transformations born of desperation. Our journey into Apollo's tragic romances begins with a tale that vividly illustrates the perils of unchecked desire and the desperate lengths to which one might go to escape it. Have you ever been so utterly consumed by a fleeting moment of victory, so puffed up with pride, that you inadvertently provoked a far greater power? This is precisely where we find Apollo. Fresh from his triumphant slaying of the monstrous Python, a feat that solidified his status as a formidable deity, Apollo was feeling rather pleased with himself. He strode through the world, chest expanded, bow in hand, radiating confidence. It was during this period of exultant self-congratulation that he encountered the young, mischievous Cupid, the god of desire, who was playfully stringing his own, smaller bow. Apollo, perhaps still heady from his recent conquest, couldn't resist a jibe. He scoffed, "What are you doing with such a childish weapon, little boy? That bow is meant for heroes, for mighty deeds like mine, not for your silly games of love." Oh, what a grave miscalculation that was! Cupid, though small, wielded immense power, and his pride was easily wounded. With a glint of mischief and a spark of vengeance in his eyes, he retorted, "Your bow may strike any beast, Apollo, but mine strikes you." And with that, he took to the air, swift and silent. He drew 2 arrows from his quiver, each tipped with a different metal and imbued with a distinct magical property. The first, sharp and gleaming gold, was meant to ignite an uncontrollable, inescapable passion in its target. This arrow he shot deep into Apollo's heart. The second, dull and heavy lead, was designed to instill an equally powerful and absolute aversion, a complete repugnance towards the very concept of love and its pursuer. This arrow, with deliberate aim, he lodged into the heart of a beautiful river nymph named Daphne, the daughter of the river god Peneus. Daphne was a vibrant, wild creature, deeply devoted to the goddess Artemis. Much like Artemis herself, she cherished her independence and swore eternal maidenhood. She loved the freedom of the forests, the chase of the hunt, and the cool embrace of her father's river. The thought of marriage, of giving herself over to any man, mortal or god, was utterly repugnant to her. And so, when Cupid's lead arrow found its mark, her aversion became an unshakable fortress around her heart. Apollo, however, was immediately and irrevocably smitten. The golden arrow had done its work with devastating efficiency. He saw Daphne, and his world narrowed to her form, her grace, her untamed beauty. He was consumed by a desire so potent it drove all reason from his mind. He pursued her relentlessly, his divine speed matched only by her desperate flight. "Nymph, most beautiful Daphne," he called out, his voice a desperate plea, "stay. I am no crude shepherd or rustic boor. I am Apollo, Lord of Delphi, healer of mortals, master of the lyre. The sun itself is my chariot. Do not flee me as a lamb flees the wolf, or a dove the eagle. My love is pure, my intentions honorable." But Daphne heard only the echo of pursuit, felt only the creeping dread of being caught. Her heart pounded like a drum against her ribs, her breath came in ragged gasps. The lead arrow's magic made his words meaningless, his pleas repulsive. To her, he was merely a threat to her cherished freedom, an encroaching shadow upon her maidenly independence. She ran harder, branches whipping at her face, thorns tearing at her skin. The gap between them narrowed. She could feel his breath, hear the thud of his feet just behind her. Terror, stark and absolute, seized her. Just as his fingers grazed her shoulder, as his hand reached out to grasp her, she cried out to her father, Pineus, her voice a desperate, guttural prayer, "Father, if you have any power, transform me. Destroy this beauty that makes me suffer." And as her plea left her lips, a profound, irreversible change began. Her skin, so supple and warm, began to harden, becoming rough bark. Her delicate feet, so swift in flight, rooted themselves to the earth, digging deep like tendrils of wood. Her slender arms, outstretched in escape, transformed into branches, leafing out with vibrant green. Her hair, so lustrous, became dense foliage, swaying gently in the wind. And her face, her beautiful, terrified face, receded into the crown of the tree. Daphne was no more. In her place stood a magnificent laurel tree, still trembling slightly, forever rooted, forever safe from capture. Apollo, catching up at last, found himself clutching not the soft skin of his beloved, but the rough, unyielding bark of a tree. His heart, so recently aflame with passion, was now pierced with an agony far greater than Cupid's arrow could inflict. The object of his desire was gone, transformed into something beautiful yet utterly unattainable. He wept, his tears falling onto the newly formed leaves, glistening like morning dew. "Since you cannot be my bride," he declared, his voice thick with sorrow, "you shall be my sacred tree. Your leaves shall crown the brows of victorious heroes, poets, and emperors. You shall be evergreen, ever honored, a symbol of triumph and glory, and you shall forever be near me, for I shall wear your branches myself." And to this day, the laurel tree remains sacred to Apollo, its leaves woven into wreaths that symbolize victory, poetic inspiration, and prophetic wisdom, a beautiful yet melancholy testament to a love that could never be. Now, let's pause for a moment and consider a real-world storytelling example that resonates with Daphne's tale, though perhaps without the dramatic arboreal transformation. Think of a son. Your well-being and sense of safety are paramount, and sometimes, a radical shift is necessary to achieve them. The story prompts us to reflect: what are our boundaries, how clearly do we communicate them, and how do we protect them when they are challenged? But Apollo's romantic woes, tragically, did not end with Daphne. Indeed, fate seemed to conspire against him, dealing him another devastating blow, this time not from unrequited aversion, but from the cruel hand of accident and jealous intervention. This brings us to the heartbreaking tale of Hyacinthus, a story of profound affection tragically cut short, leaving behind an eternal testament to grief. Hyacinthus was a prince of Sparta, renowned throughout the land for his extraordinary beauty, a beauty that rivaled even that of the gods. His youth, his grace, his radiant spirit captivated all who beheld him. Apollo, in his eternal quest for companionship and beauty, became deeply enamored with Hyacinthus. This was not a pursuit born of Cupid's arrow or vengeful magic, This was a genuine, deeply felt affection, a love that brought Apollo immense joy. The mighty sun god often descended from Olympus to spend time with the young prince. They were inseparable companions. Apollo, leaving aside his lyre and his prophecies, took on the role of a devoted friend and mentor. He taught Hyacinthus the art of the discus throw, how to wield a javelin, the nuances of the hunt, and the sublime skill of playing the lyre. They wrestled, they ran, they swam in the rivers, their laughter echoing through the Spartan plains. Apollo adored Hyacinthus, cherishing every moment, blissfully unaware of the dark shadow of jealousy lurking nearby. For Hyacinthus's beauty had also caught the eye of others. Among them was Zephyrus, the west wind, a lesser deity whose love for the prince was as fervent as Apollo's, but tragically unrequited. Hyacinthus, though kind to Zephyrus, clearly preferred the company and affection of Apollo. Zephyrus, consumed by bitter envy, simmered in the background, nursing his wounded pride and plotting his revenge. He watched, his invisible form seething, as Apollo and Hyacinthus shared their games and their joy. One sweltering afternoon, under the scorching Greek sun, Apollo and Hyacinthus were practicing the discus throw. Apollo, with his divine strength, hurled the discus high into the sky, sending it soaring with incredible power and grace. Hyacinthus, eager to retrieve it and perhaps even impress his divine lover, ran forward, his eyes fixed on the descending arc of the gleaming bronze disc. At that precise, critical moment, Zephyrus, seizing his opportunity, unleashed his jealous fury. With a sudden, malevolent gust, he intercepted the discus, twisting its trajectory. Instead of landing harmlessly in the field, the heavy discus veered sharply, violently, directly towards Hyacinthus. The impact was swift and brutal. The discus struck Hyacinthus squarely on the head. A sickening thud, a cry of pain, and the young prince crumpled to the ground, his lifeblood gushing from the wound, staining the green grass a vivid crimson. Apollo, who had been watching his beloved with a fond smile, instantly understood the horror of what had happened. His heart seized with an agonizing pang. He rushed to Hyacinthus's side, abandoning his divine composure, his face contorted with shock and unbearable grief. He cradled the dying youth in his arms, pressing his divine hands against the wound, desperately trying to staunch the flow of blood, to use his healing powers, powers that had saved countless mortals, to reverse this cruel twist of fate. But it was no use. The wound was too severe, the fates too unyielding. Hyacinthus's life ebbed away, swiftly, agonizingly, in Apollo's embrace. "Oh, my beloved Hyacinthus," Apollo sobbed, his voice raw with anguish, "you die, and I am the cause. It is my hand that threw the discus, my love that made you eager to retrieve it. Would that I could die for you, or die with you. But if I cannot save you, then you shall live on, immortalized in beauty." It's a powerful reminder of the insidious nature of envy and its capacity to corrupt and destroy. So, how can we apply these profound lessons from Hyacinthus's tragedy in our own lives, dear listener? First, when confronted with grief and loss, particularly sudden and unfair loss, Apollo's experience validates the intensity of those emotions. Allow yourself to feel the sorrow, the despair, the confusion. Recognize that some events are beyond our control, and while we might search for blame, sometimes tragedy is simply that, tragic. Practical application here involves finding healthy outlets for grief, whether it's through sharing memories, seeking support from others, or engaging in creative expression that honors the lost individual, much like Apollo created the hyacinth flower. How might you memorialize a loss in your own life, transforming pain into a lasting tribute or a source of renewed purpose? Secondly, the story urges us to cultivate awareness and management of our own jealous tendencies, and to recognize them in others. Jealousy, if left unchecked, can lead to destructive behaviors, as Zephyrus tragically demonstrates. Ask yourself, when do I feel jealous? What triggers it? How do I typically react? What healthier responses can I cultivate? Similarly, being aware of the presence of jealousy in relationships, whether our own or those around us, can help us navigate complex social dynamics more safely and thoughtfully. Thirdly, Hyacinthus's tale is a potent reminder to cherish the moments we have with loved ones. Life is fragile, and circumstances can change in an instant, often without warning. The simple joy Apollo found in spending time with Hyacinthus, in their games and shared passions, highlights the preciousness of connection. Make time for those who matter, express your affection, and savor the present. This isn't about living in fear, but about cultivating gratitude and intentionality in our relationships, recognizing their inherent value and impermanence. As we conclude this chapter on Apollo's tragic romances, we see a multifaceted God, capable of immense light and healing, yet deeply vulnerable to the darker currents of love and loss. From Daphne's desperate flight and transformation to Hyacinthus's sudden, grief-stricken demise, Apollo's experiences paint a vivid picture of unrequited affection, the limits of divine power, and the profound, enduring pain of bereavement. These are not merely ancient myths, they are timeless reflections on the human condition, mirroring our own struggles with desire, consent, jealousy, and the search for meaning amidst sorrow. Even the gods, it seems, must navigate the treacherous waters of the heart, and sometimes, even their brilliance cannot avert tragedy. So, dear listener, having explored Apollo's poignant journey through love and loss, we begin to understand that the divine realm, much like our own, is a complex tapestry of joy and sorrow, triumph, and heartache. In our next chapter, we will delve into the scandalous affairs and surprising alliances of another Olympian, continuing our exploration into the captivating, often chaotic, world of the sex life of the gods. Join me then, won't you? Chapter 6, Artemis and the Vow of Purity. Welcome back to our exploration of the intricate and often scandalous lives of the gods. In our previous chapters, we've delved into the passionate affairs of Zeus, the fiery jealousy of Hera, the alluring power of Aphrodite, and the dramatic romantic sagas that wove through the very fabric of Mount Olympus. We've seen gods and goddesses entangled in webs of desire, lust, revenge, and longing, their stories often mirroring the tumultuous depths of human relationships, albeit on a grander, more immortal scale. But today, dear listener, we turn our gaze to a deity who stands as a profound counterpoint to much of what we've discussed so far. We are about to embark on a journey with Chapter 6, titled Artemis and the Vow of Purity, a chapter that promises to challenge our assumptions about divine fulfillment and the very nature of desire itself. Our core concept for this chapter is to deeply explore the huntress goddess who consciously and powerfully chose independence and nature over romantic entanglements. Imagine, if you will, being born into a family where every other member seems to be caught up in some form of romantic drama, where power dynamics are often intertwined with sexual conquests, and where personal identity is frequently defined by who you love, who you partner with, or who your children are. Into this vibrant, often chaotic milieu, steps Artemis, twin sister to the brilliant Apollo, and daughter of the mighty Zeus and the gentle Leto. From her very inception, Artemis was destined for a unique path, one she herself articulated and fiercely defended. Mythology tells us that as a mere child, no older than 3, she sat on her father Zeus's lap and boldly declared her desires: eternal virginity, a silver bow and arrows, a retinue of hunting dogs, a tunic suitable for the chase, and a company of nymphs who would also swear a vow of chastity. This wasn't a passive acceptance of a fate thrust upon her, but an active, willful declaration of self-sovereignty. She wasn't rejecting companionship, she was defining it on her own terms. Her domains became the wild, untamed forests, the moonlit hunt, the solace of the wilderness, and somewhat paradoxically, given her vow, she became a protectress of childbirth. What does this tell us about a goddess who consciously sidestepped the very dramas that consumed her peers? It suggests a profound understanding of self, a clarity of purpose that set her apart. She chose not to be defined by a partner, by a lover, or by the traditional roles of a goddess within the Olympian pantheon. Instead, her power, her identity, and her fulfillment sprang from her own autonomy, her connection to the wild earth, and her unwavering independence. This was a goddess who found her strength not in union, but in the fierce, unyielding spirit of self. Let's delve deeper into this fascinating contrast by looking at our first key point: Artemis's solitary lifestyle versus the highly romanticized lives of the rest of the pantheon. Cast your mind back to the narratives we've previously explored. We've witnessed Zeus's legendary philandering, his numerous affairs with mortals and goddesses alike, leading to a sprawling divine and heroic lineage. We've empathized with Hera's furious retaliations, her existence seemingly defined by her husband's infidelities. We've admired Aphrodite's boundless capacity for passion, her very essence intertwined with love and desire, creating a powerful presence through her relationships. Ares, the god of war, found his moments of solace and passion in the arms of Aphrodite, their illicit love affair a testament to raw, untamed desire. Even Apollo, Artemis's twin, was known for his many romantic pursuits, some tragically unrequited, others leading to significant offspring. The common thread running through most of the Olympian narratives is a constant engagement with romantic and sexual entanglements, which, for better or worse, shaped their stories, their power, and their very identities. Artemis, however, presented an entirely different paradigm. She actively, unequivocally, while she did marry and have a child, much of her iconic work in the Gom Stream National Park was characterized by a profound solitary immersion in the chimpanzee world. Her fierce independence, her willingness to live in challenging conditions, and her single-minded focus on her scientific and conservation work often overshadowed traditional societal expectations about a woman's path. She didn't seek fulfillment in the traditional romantic narrative of her time, instead, she found it in the wild, in understanding, and in advocacy. Her identity was forged not through a partner, but through her own passionate dedication to a cause much larger than herself, much like Artemis's dedication to the wilderness and her own sovereign spirit. Goodall's story is a testament to finding deep purpose and profound connection in ways that don't always align with conventional romantic expectations, showcasing an individual who defines her own metrics for a fulfilling life. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so deeply? Our societies, across cultures, and throughout history, have largely emphasized the importance of pair bonding, of finding a romantic partner, and of establishing a family as the ultimate markers of a complete and happy life. The happily ever after narrative is deeply ingrained in our collective psyche, influencing our aspirations and often, our self-worth. Artemis challenges this fundamental societal premise by demonstrating an alternative, equally valid, and deeply fulfilling path to existence. Her choice embodies self-reliance, self-discovery, and the profound act of finding value and purpose internally, rather than externally through a partner or through traditional relationships. This speaks powerfully to the concept of agency, the ability to define one's own success, one's own happiness, and one's own metrics for a meaningful life, irrespective of external pressures or conventional wisdom. Furthermore, her story subtly touches upon the critical importance of boundaries, protecting one's personal space, one's energy, and one's chosen path from external intrusions or expectations. It's a powerful validation for those who choose non-traditional paths, who find solace and purpose in their independence, or who simply haven't yet found a romantic partner but are flourishing in other aspects of their lives. So, how can we apply these insights into our own lives? Here are some practical steps for you, the listener. First, reflect on your personal values. Are your life choices genuinely driven by your authentic self-desire, or are they subtly, perhaps unconsciously, influenced by societal expectations about what a complete life should look like? Take a moment to truly distinguish between what you desire and what you've been told to desire. Second, identify diverse sources of fulfillment. Where do you truly draw joy, purpose, and meaning from, outside of romantic relationships? This could be your career, your hobbies, your friendships, your connection to nature, your spiritual practice, or creative pursuits. Actively cultivate and cherish these non-romantic wellsprings of happiness. Third, practice setting boundaries. How can you protect your energy, your time, and your emotional space to pursue what truly matters to you, even if it means saying no to things that might detract from your personal journey? Learning to say no, to prioritize your own needs, is a powerful act of self-sovereignty. And finally, embrace solitude. Rather than viewing solitude as a form of loneliness or a void to be filled, can you reframe it as a precious opportunity for self-connection, for introspection, for creative work, and for personal growth? Artemis didn't shun company, but she cherished her own space and her own path, finding profound strength in it. Now, let's turn our attention to our second key point, which explores the boundaries of Platonic love through the intriguing story of Orion. Despite her vow of purity, Artemis was not a goddess devoid of connection or devoid of emotion. Her life was rich with companionship. It expands our understanding of what love truly means, demonstrating its multifaceted nature. So, how can we apply these insights to our own lives? Here are some practical application steps for you. First, value diverse relationships. Consciously recognize, appreciate, and nurture the different kinds of love and connection that exist in your life. This includes familial bonds, deep friendships, mentorships, and community connections, not just romantic partnerships. Each offers unique enrichment. Second, communicate boundaries. Be clear and articulate about the nature of your relationships with others. Sometimes, simply stating that a friendship is purely platonic can help avoid misunderstandings and allow the relationship to flourish authentically without external pressures. Third, appreciate shared passions. Actively seek out and cultivate friendships with individuals who share your passions and interests. There is immense joy and fulfillment to be found in pursuing activities and intellectual endeavors with like-minded companions, forging bonds that are deep and enriching. And finally, challenge your own assumptions. Take a moment to reflect on your own biases about what constitutes a meaningful or significant relationship. Are you inadvertently devaluing platonic bonds in your own life or in the lives of others? Expanding your definition of love and connection can unlock a richer, more diverse tapestry of human interaction. In summary, Chapter 6, Artemis and the Vow of Purity, has unveiled a divine figure who stands in powerful contrast to many of her Olympian counterparts. Her unique path, marked by fierce independence, profound self-sovereignty, and an unwavering connection to the wildness of nature, offers us a compelling alternative narrative to the traditional understanding of fulfillment. Artemis's story isn't merely about her virginity, it's about the profound power of choice and agency. She chose to define her own destiny, her own sources of joy and strength, independent of societal and even divine expectations regarding romantic or sexual entanglements. Her bond with Orion further illustrates the profound capacity for Platonic love, showing us that deep connection and profound grief are not exclusive to romantic relationships. Artemis stands as a powerful archetype for anyone seeking to define their own path, to prioritize self-knowledge and personal truth, regardless of conventional norms. She reminds us that completeness comes from within, from our own choices, and from the diverse forms of love and connection we cultivate in our lives. Her legacy invites us to question our assumptions about love, purpose, and the very nature of a well-lived life. As we conclude our exploration of Artemis, we prepare to venture into another fascinating corner of the divine realm. Our next chapter will explore a god whose very existence challenges our understanding of desire, delving into a realm where the conventional boundaries of attraction and relationship are blurred, pushing the limits of what we consider normal in the divine tapestry. We will journey towards understanding how other deities, in their own unique ways, navigated the complex currents of longing, connection, and the multifaceted expressions of divine love. Join me next time as we continue our journey through the sex life of the gods. Chapter 7, Poseidon's Ocean of Lust. Welcome back, discerning listeners, to another compelling chapter in our exploration of the sex life of the gods. Today, we delve into the turbulent depths of the ocean, a realm ruled by a deity whose passions are as boundless and unpredictable as the very waves he commands. We turn our gaze now to Chapter 7, Poseidon's Ocean of Lust. Imagine, if you will, the vast, shimmering expanse of the sea. It can be serene and inviting one moment, a tranquil blue mirror reflecting the sky, yet in the blink of an eye, it can transform into a raging tempest, a furious maelstrom capable of swallowing ships whole and reshaping coastlines with unimaginable force. This, my friends, is the very essence of Poseidon, the earth shaker, the rider of horses, the lord of the deep. His desires are not merely powerful, they are elemental, untamed, a force of nature that rarely considers the delicate boundaries of others or the lasting repercussions of his whims. Unlike his brother Zeus, whose numerous dalliances often had a strategic, even calculating, undercurrent, designed to establish dominance, forge alliances, or propagate a lineage of heroes, Poseidon's lust frequently appears more raw, more immediate, driven by an overwhelming, primal urge for gratification. His conquests are not always about producing progeny, sometimes, they are simply an expression of his colossal power, his inability to be denied, and the swift, devastating consequences of crossing his path or catching his eye. This unchecked desire, this unbridled sexual energy, frequently spills out into the mortal world, leaving behind not just offspring, but often monstrous creations, societal upheaval, bitter rivalries, and profound personal tragedy for all those caught in his tempestuous wake. It's an ocean of passion, yes, but also an ocean fraught with danger, where the currents of desire can pull individuals down into dark, unforeseen depths. Have you ever considered how such immense power, when coupled with an equally immense libido, could shape the very fabric of ancient belief and, indeed, our understanding of human nature itself? Let us immerse ourselves now in one of the most chilling examples of Poseidon's retaliatory lust, a tale that gives birth to one of mythology's most iconic and feared monsters, the Minotaur. This story begins not with a direct affair, but with an act of hubris, a king's foolish attempt to outwit a god. King Minos of Crete, seeking divine validation for his rule, prayed to Poseidon for a sign, a tangible symbol of the god's favor. Poseidon, in his magnificent generosity, answered Minos's plea by sending forth from the churning waves a creature of breathtaking beauty, a snow-white bull, magnificent beyond words, intended for sacrifice in the god's honor. It was a test, a covenant. Yet, Minos, dazzled by the bull's splendor and consumed by avarice, decided to keep the glorious creature for himself, substituting a lesser bull for the sacrifice. A paltry, insultingly inferior offering in place of the promised, divinely gifted beast. Can you imagine the sheer audacity, the profound disrespect inherent in such an act? Poseidon, the god who holds the very foundations of the earth in his grasp, was not to be trifled with. His vengeance was not swift destruction, but a slow, agonizing psychological torment, a perversion of natural order designed to inflict maximum shame and suffering upon Minos and his entire household. The sea god, or sometimes Aphrodite at his behest, cursed Minos's wife, Pasiphae, with an unnatural, overwhelming, and utterly horrifying lust for the very white bull her husband had so brazenly stolen from the gods. This wasn't mere attraction, it was a maddening, obsessive desire that consumed her every waking thought. Tormented by this abominable longing, Pasiphae sought the aid of Daedalus, the cunning Athenian craftsman in exile, who, in a feat of perverse genius, constructed a hollow wooden cow, so lifelike that it fooled even the divine bull. Pasiphae climbed inside, and in that unholy union, conceived and gave birth to the perhaps a brilliant, but arrogant, tech entrepreneur signs a shady deal, promising an impossible return on investment, only for the entire venture to collapse spectacularly, not just bankrupting investors but destroying the careers and reputations of everyone associated with it, creating a monster of scandal and financial ruin that devours reputations. The initial act of greed or hubris, Minos keeping the bull, leads to a progressively darker chain of events, eventually consuming even the innocent. It's a classic narrative arc of unchecked ambition leading to unimaginable downfall. From a psychological perspective, this myth is incredibly potent. It speaks to the profound danger of disrespecting powerful forces, be they divine, natural, or even the unwritten social contracts we navigate daily. Minos's hubris wasn't just an insult to Poseidon, it was a fundamental misjudgment of the balance of power, a belief that he could manipulate the divine without repercussion. This myth also illuminates the concept of generational trauma or consequence. Pasiphae, and by extension, the innocent children of Athens, pay the horrific price for Minos's original sin. How often do we see the ripple effect of one person's unethical or selfish actions impacting an entire family, a community, or even future generations? The Minotaur itself is a powerful symbol of the monstrous within, the bestial, unchecked desires and destructive pride that, if not acknowledged and contained, can manifest in terrifying ways, consuming both the individual and those around them. What happens when our inner monster isn't confronted, when our dark impulses are allowed to run wild? The labyrinth becomes a metaphor for the intricate, confusing, and often self-destructive mental prisons we build to contain or hide our deepest shames and the results of our poor choices. For us, as listeners, the practical application steps are clear. First, take a moment to reflect on any bargains or promises you've made, perhaps to yourself, to others, or even to a higher principle, and truly examine whether you've honored them. Are there areas where pride or a desire for personal gain has led you to cut corners or renege on commitments? Second, consider the potential ripple effect of your actions, especially those born of arrogance or deceit. Every choice, no matter how small, sends out waves. Are you mindful of how those waves might impact not just yourself, but those connected to you, both directly and indirectly, in the short and long term? Finally, this myth encourages us to examine our own inner Minotaur. What are those unchecked desires, those aspects of our pride, or those impulses that, if left unmanaged, could lead to destructive outcomes for ourselves and others? The journey through the labyrinth, in a sense, is a journey of self-confrontation. Acknowledging these aspects is the first step towards managing them, rather than allowing them to consume us or those around us. Now, let us turn to another profoundly tragic and illustrative tale of Poseidon's unbridled desire, one that ignited a bitter rivalry with the formidable goddess Athena and resulted in a horrifying transformation. This is the story of Medusa, a myth often misinterpreted, yet one that speaks volumes about power dynamics, victim blaming, and the devastating consequences of divine wrath. Medusa, before her monstrous metamorphosis, was a maiden of extraordinary beauty, renowned for her captivating hair. She was a priestess in the sacred temple of Athena, a role that demanded absolute devotion and, crucially, perpetual virginity. Her life was consecrated to the service of the virgin goddess, a symbol of purity and wisdom. Poseidon, however, was a god impervious to such sacred boundaries and solemn vows. His attraction to Medusa was immediate and overwhelming, a tidal wave of lust that respected neither her sacred office nor the sanctity of Athena's hallowed ground. In an act of unthinkable desecration and brutal violation, Poseidon assaulted Medusa within the very walls of Athena's temple, Dephili. Think critically about why certain narratives are promoted or certain individuals are held accountable while others are not. Finally, this myth compels us to cultivate a deeper sense of empathy for those who suffer injustice, even when the reasons given for their plight might seem logical from a particular, perhaps biased, Perspective. Understanding Medusa's story helps us see beyond the monstrous exterior to the profound tragedy and injustice beneath. In sum, Poseidon, the magnificent and terrifying lord of the seas, stands as a vivid testament to the raw, untamed power of desire, and the profound, often catastrophic, consequences when that power is wielded without restraint or respect. His ocean of lust is not merely a metaphor for his numerous affairs, but for the vast, deep, and unpredictable currents of consequence that surge forth from his actions. From the Minotaur, a monstrous physical manifestation of broken vows and hubris, to Medusa, a tragic victim transformed into a symbol of unjust divine wrath, Poseidon's tales illuminate crucial lessons about the intricate interplay of power, responsibility, and the enduring ripple effects of unchecked desire. These stories are not just ancient myths, they are timeless reflections of human nature, cautioning us about the dangers of arrogance, the complexities of justice, and the far-reaching impact of our choices. As we conclude our exploration of Poseidon's turbulent realm, we prepare to surface from these deep waters, ready to encounter other divine beings whose passions, though perhaps different in their expression, are no less impactful. Join us next time as we navigate another intriguing chapter in the sex life of the gods, moving from the depths of the ocean to perhaps the fiery forge of Hephaestus, or the passionate realm of Aphrodite herself, uncovering more layers of divine desire and its profound influence on the mortal world. Chapter 8: Dionysus and the Ecstasy of Desire. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 8 of the Sex Life of the Gods, where we delve into the intoxicating, boundary-shattering world of Dionysus, the god whose very essence embodies the ecstasy of desire. We've explored deities of love, war, and wisdom, but none quite capture the sheer, unbridled force of liberation and primal yearning like Dionysus. His narrative is a vibrant tapestry woven with threads of wine-soaked revelry, transcendent madness, and a profound breaking of every societal boundary imaginable. Dionysus, often misunderstood merely as the god of wine and drunkenness, is, in truth, a much more complex and transformative figure. He represents the wild, untamed aspects of the human spirit, the part that yearns to throw off the shackles of convention, to dance until dawn, to feel life pulse through every vein without inhibition or judgment. His domain extends beyond the grape harvest. It encompasses theater, religious ecstasy, fertility, and the deep, often terrifying, truth of self-liberation. His birth story itself is a testament to his unique, outsider status, born not once, but twice, first from his mortal mother Semele, who was incinerated by Zeus's divine form, and then gestated in Zeus's own thigh, emerging as a god of dual nature, both divine and deeply connected to the earth. This dual heritage imbues him with an inherent empathy for humanity's frailties, yet also an overwhelming power that can shatter the mundane. Dionysus's presence challenges us to confront our own comfort zones, to ask ourselves, where do we draw the line between order and chaos? Where do we allow ourselves to truly let go, to shed the masks we wear for society, and embrace our most authentic, uninhibited selves. His revelries, far from being mere drunken escapades, were deeply spiritual events, a communion with the divine through frenzied dance, intoxicating music, and a profound sense of unity. Imagine a world where the rigid structures of daily life, the expectations of polite society, and the constant hum of self-consciousness are momentarily silenced. Dionysus offers that escape, that temporary, yet potent, liberation. It is in this space of uninhibited expression that his sex life truly unfolds, not necessarily in conventional couplings, but in the raw, passionate, sometimes polymorphous expression of desire that arises when all barriers are down. It is a sexuality that prioritizes feeling, experience, and the overwhelming surge of life force over any prescribed form or judgment. It's about letting go, exploring desire beyond the confines of convention, and finding the sacred within the ecstatic release. Let us now turn our attention to one of the most iconic and perhaps unsettling aspects of Dionysian worship, the Maenades and their ancient concept of divine ecstasy. The Maenades, whose name literally translates to raving ones, were the female followers of Dionysus, depicted in ancient art and literature as wild, untamed women, adorned with animal skins, carrying the thyrsus, a fennel stalk topped with a pine cone, and often crowned with ivy. They roamed the mountains and forests in a state of frenzied, ecstatic communion with their god. What exactly was this divine ecstasy? It was far more than mere happiness or pleasure. The Greek word ekastasis means to stand outside oneself, signifying a profound alteration of consciousness, a temporary transcendence of the individual ego. It was a state where the boundaries between self and other, between human and divine, between civilization and wilderness, dissolved. Under the influence of Dionysus, through exhausting dance, hypnotic music, and copious wine, the Maenades would enter this altered state, experiencing superhuman strength, imperviousness to pain, and a mystical connection to the raw, untamed forces of nature. They were said to tear apart sacrificial animals with their bare hands in acts of sparagmos, consuming the raw flesh in amophagia, not out of cruelty, but as a symbolic act of absorbing the life force of the god. Their sexuality in this state was not. So, how can we practically apply this ancient wisdom in our contemporary lives, without, of course, resorting to literal sparagmos? First, identify areas in your own life where you feel overly constrained, repressed, or where societal expectations are stifling your authentic self-expression. Are there passions you've neglected, desires you've silenced, or modes of expression you've deemed unacceptable? Second, explore safe, consensual, and healthy ways to let go. This could involve passionately dancing alone in your living room, engaging in immersive creative pursuits like painting or writing, or experiencing the profound release found in certain forms of meditation or breath work. It could mean seeking out musical experiences that move you deeply, attending a spiritual retreat, or participating in community events where collective joy and shared experience are prioritized. Third, consider how you might bring more uninhibited passion and playfulness into your intimate relationships, always ensuring mutual respect and enthusiastic consent. This isn't about reckless abandon, but about cultivating a space where vulnerability, spontaneity, and a healthy exploration of desire can thrive, freeing yourselves from performance anxiety or rigid expectations. The goal is to understand the difference between destructive indulgence and constructive catharsis, allowing yourself to experience moments of ecstatic release that rejuvenate your spirit and bring you closer to your authentic self. Now, let's pivot to a surprisingly tender facet of Dionysus's nature, one that beautifully balances his wildness, his rescue and eventual marriage to Ariadne. This story reveals a depth of compassion and devotion that might seem unexpected from the god of frenzied madness, yet it is utterly consistent with his overarching theme of liberation and transformation. Ariadne, the princess of Crete, played a pivotal role in helping Theseus defeat her half-brother, the Minotaur, guiding him through the labyrinth with a magical thread. Despite her crucial assistance, and a promise of marriage, Theseus cruelly abandoned her on the desolate island of Naxos while she slept. Imagine the profound despair, the crushing betrayal, the utter isolation she must have felt upon waking to find herself alone, forsaken, on a barren shore. It is in this moment of abject vulnerability and abandonment that Dionysus appears. He finds her weeping, heartbroken, and utterly desolate. But instead of exploiting her weakness, he offers her solace, comfort, and most importantly, an unconditional love that recognizes her true worth. He sees not just a discarded princess, but a woman of strength, resilience, and profound beauty, both inner and outer. Dionysus's act of rescuing Ariadne is a profound gesture of healing and redemption. He takes her from a state of abandonment and elevates her, not just as his queen, but as an immortal goddess, his divine consort. Their marriage is not merely a political alliance or a whim of desire, but a sacred union, signifying profound connection, acceptance, and spiritual transformation. He crowns her with a jeweled diadem, which he later casts into the heavens, creating the constellation Corona Borealis, a celestial testament to his enduring love and her divine status. This narrative beautifully illustrates that even the most wild and primal forces can possess immense tenderness, capable of profound and lasting devotion, offering stability and recognition to those who have been hurt and discarded. It highlights a Dionysian sexuality that is not just about raw sensation, but about profound connection, healing, and elevation of the beloved. To bring this story to a more relatable plane, consider a real-world storytelling example. Picture someone who has recently emerged from a deeply toxic and emotionally abusive relationship. They feel shattered, their self-worth eroded, convinced they are unlovable or somehow responsible for their pain. They are, in essence, abandoned on their own personal Naxos. Then, unexpectedly, they encounter a new individual. Pan doesn't sit on a throne, he roams. He is music and revelry, but also the sudden, irrational fear that grips travelers in lonely places. This son, born from a casual encounter, becomes one of the most distinctive and enduring figures in Greek mythology, a wild echo of his father's own freedom and connection to the edges of civilization. The legacy here isn't one of stately lineage or political power, but of vibrant, untamable spirit, passed from a god who cannot be confined to a son who actively embraces the unconfined. It's a legacy of wildness, of individuality, and of a life lived outside the conventional boundaries. For a real-world storytelling example, consider the life paths of children born to parents with profoundly unconventional or nomadic lifestyles. Think of the offspring of artists, explorers, or spiritual seekers who raise their children outside traditional societal structures, perhaps moving frequently, living off-grid, or immersing them in diverse cultures. These children often develop a powerful sense of independence, a deep connection to nature or alternative ways of living, and an unconventional worldview that stands apart from the mainstream. They might struggle with fitting into traditional society, much like Pan, but they also possess a unique resilience, creativity, and inner freedom. Imagine the child of a famous beatnik poet and a wanderlust-filled photographer, who grows up traveling the world, homeschooled under desert skies, and whose adult life is dedicated to environmental activism and creating art from reclaimed materials. Their heritage isn't one of a stable home, but of constant motion, radical ideas, and a fierce spirit of independence, a direct legacy of their parents' wandering, unconventional lives. They might be misunderstood by many, but their impact is undeniably profound and authentic. Psychologically, this legacy speaks to the enduring power of temperament and environment, even in the divine realm. Pan represents the archetypal wild child, the untamed aspect of human nature that exists within us all, often suppressed by societal norms. His story, as a direct product of Hermes's fleet-footed fling, validates the idea that profound creativity and unique forms of being can emerge from unconventional unions. It challenges our often rigid ideas about family structures and what constitutes a good or proper upbringing. Hermes's casual approach to procreation resulted in a deity who celebrates the instinctual, the joyful, and the terrifying aspects of nature, parts of ourselves that we often fear or try to control. It asks us to confront our own wildness, our own Pan-like impulses, and consider how we integrate or suppress them. Do we acknowledge the spontaneous, joyous, or even chaotic aspects of our own personalities, or do we try to fit ourselves into a mold that denies our essential nature, much like attempting to cage Pan in an Olympian drawing room? In terms of practical application for the listener, this encourages an exploration of your own Pan within. What parts of your spirit feel untamed, wild, or unconventional? Are you allowing these aspects to flourish, or are you constantly trying to tame them to fit societal expectations? Perhaps it's about finding healthy outlets for your raw creativity, your wanderlust, or your spontaneous joys. It might mean embracing a hobby that connects you to nature, exploring unconventional forms of self-expression, or simply allowing yourself moments of unadulterated, primal joy and freedom without needing to justify them. For those with unconventional backgrounds or family histories, it's an invitation to embrace that unique legacy, to recognize the strength and individuality it has bestowed upon you, rather than viewing it as a deficit. It's about acknowledging that not all paths lead to the same destination, and that sometimes, the wildest journeys yield the most extraordinary and authentic selves. So, as we conclude our deep dive into Hermes and his fleet-footed flings, what have we learned? Hermes, the trickster messenger, off. Chapter 11, Hephaestus and the Art of Jealousy. Welcome back, dear listeners, to the Sex Life of the Gods. Today, we delve into a chapter that is perhaps one of the most poignant and universally relatable in the divine pantheon, Chapter 11, Hephaestus and the Art of Jealousy. Here, we uncover the story of the rejected craftsman, a god whose physical imperfections cast a long shadow over his immense talent, feeding his feelings of inadequacy and ultimately fueling the ingenious, almost excruciatingly clever traps he conceived. Imagine for a moment, a deity born of immense power, yet tragically flawed in form. Hephaestus, the smith god, was hurled from Olympus by his own mother, Hera, disgusted by his perceived ugliness and lameness. He landed on Lemnos, where he was raised by sea nymphs, mastering the forge, bending metal and fire to his will, creating wonders that surpassed all others. But even upon his triumphant return to Olympus, brought back not out of affection but necessity for his unparalleled skills, the scars of rejection remained. His very presence, limping amidst the athletic, radiant beauty of his fellow Olympians, was a constant, stark reminder of his difference. Could he truly feel worthy of the most beautiful goddess, Aphrodite, who was bestowed upon him in a politically motivated marriage, a cruel irony that only amplified his deepest insecurities? His feelings of inadequacy were not merely abstract, they were a raw, festering wound that never truly healed. How could he, the misshapen god of fire and forge, truly compete with the Adonis-like physique of Ares, the god of war, or the charismatic charm of Apollo, the god of light? Hephaestus was a creator, a maker of beauty, but he himself was not beautiful in the conventional, Olympian sense. And isn't that a feeling many of us have wrestled with? The sense of not quite measuring up, of feeling perpetually on the outside looking in, despite our unique talents and contributions. For Hephaestus, this pain was magnified by the ultimate betrayal, the infidelity of his divine wife, Aphrodite, with the dashing, powerful Ares. This wasn't just a marital indiscretion, it was a cosmic mockery of his worth, a painful affirmation of every fear he harbored about himself. But here is where Hephaestus's genius, born from his emotional agony, truly shone. His ingenious traps were not just physical mechanisms, they were meticulously crafted expressions of his wounded pride, his desire for justice, and his desperate need to exert control over a situation where he felt utterly powerless. His art, his mastery over metal and mechanics, became his weapon, his voice, and his instrument of revenge. It was his way of saying, "You may scorn my body, but you will respect my mind and my skill." Let us now focus on one of the most infamous and psychologically revealing episodes, the humiliating golden net trap he set for Ares and Aphrodite. The story goes that Hephaestus, often working late in his smoky forge, was alerted by Helios, the sun god, who sees all, to Aphrodite's clandestine rendezvous with Ares. The news must have struck Hephaestus like a hammer blow, shattering any illusion of love or loyalty. But instead of an immediate, furious confrontation, Hephaestus retreated into his workshop. He channeled his rage, his sorrow, and his brilliant mind into an intricate plan. He began to forge an invisible, unbreakable net, finer than any spider's silk, yet stronger than adamantine. He wove it with exquisite precision, imbuing it not just with physical strength, but with a silent, binding magic. This was not a tool of brute force, but of cunning and precision, a testament to his intelligence over Ares's raw power. He strung this delicate, shimmering snare above his own marital bed, a cruel irony in itself, knowing full well where his wife would next entertain her lover. The trap was sprung, as planned. As Ares and Aphrodite lay entangled in their illicit embrace, the golden net descended, wrapping around them, holding them captive in a shimmering, inescapable embrace. They were caught, not by strength, but by artifice, by the very brilliance of the god they had so casually scorned. And what did Hephaestus do then? Did he release them privately, allowing them to slink away in shame? No. His revenge was not quiet. He summoned all the other Olympian gods to witness their humiliation. Can you imagine the scene? The assembled deities, witnessing the stark nakedness of the caught lovers, their shock, their laughter, their whispered judgments. It was a public spectacle, a broadcast of their shame across the divine realm, a moment Hephaestus ensured would echo through eternity. Consider a real-world parallel. Think of the modern phenomenon of revenge porn or the viral social media post designed to expose a cheating partner. While abhorrent and often illegal, the underlying psychological drive can sometimes mirror Hephaestus's actions. Take for instance, a woman who discovers her partner's infidelity. Instead of confronting him privately, she meticulously gathers evidence, screenshots, messages, secret recordings, and then, in a moment of pain and rage, publishes it all on a widely viewed platform, perhaps a local community group or a social media page, tagging friends and family. The goal is not merely to end the relationship, but to publicly shame, to reclaim a sense of control over a narrative where she felt utterly powerless and betrayed. She wants everyone to see the truth, to validate her suffering, and to inflict a public wound on the one who wounded her. From a psychological perspective, this need for public vindication is deeply rooted in our sense of self-worth and justice. When we are betrayed, especially in such an intimate way, it doesn't just hurt, it can shatter our perception of reality, our trust, and our belief in our own judgment. The act of public shaming, as Hephaestus orchestrated, is an attempt to redistribute the shame, to make the betrayer feel a fraction of the humiliation and pain that the betrayed individual feels. It's a desperate cry for recognition of one's suffering. It matters because it illustrates the destructive power of unchecked jealousy and the profound impact of betrayal on the human psyche. It shows how our deepest insecurities, when poked and prodded, can lead us down paths of destructive vengeance, blurring the lines between justice and cruelty. So, how can we, as listeners, apply this ancient tale to our modern lives? First, we must recognize the insidious seeds of jealousy and inadequacy within ourselves. Where do these feelings stem from? Are they external comparisons or internal beliefs? Second, we need to understand the crucial difference between righteous anger, which can be a catalyst for healthy boundaries and change, and destructive revenge, which often perpetuates a cycle of pain. When faced with betrayal or deep hurt, the practical application steps involve a conscious choice. Instead of immediate retribution, consider strategies for healthy communication, difficult as it may be, or processing the betrayal through avenues that don't involve public humiliation. This might mean seeking professional guidance, confiding in trusted friends, or simply allowing yourself to grieve. It is a profound exploration of human, or rather, divine, vulnerability. It presents us with a God of immense creative power, yet utterly human in his pain, his jealousy, and his deeply entrenched feelings of being an outsider. His story reminds us that even those with extraordinary gifts can be plagued by insecurity, and that betrayal can turn even the most creative minds towards vengeful acts. Hephaestus, the rejected craftsman, teaches us about the potent alchemy of pain and creativity, and how our deepest wounds can sometimes forge our most ingenious, albeit destructive, solutions. It is a cautionary tale, yes, but also a mirror reflecting the eternal struggle for self-worth in a world that often judges us by superficial measures. As we conclude this chapter, we leave Hephaestus in his forge, perhaps contemplating his next masterpiece, or perhaps still grappling with the echoes of that humiliating public display. His narrative is a powerful reminder of the messy, human-like aspects of divine relationships, the eternal dance of love, lust, jealousy, and power that pervades all levels of existence. In our next chapter, we will turn our attention to another fascinating dynamic among the gods, delving into yet another facet of divine sexuality and its intricate consequences. Join me then, as we continue our journey into the sex life of the gods. Chapter 12, Eros and Psyche. Welcome back, listeners, to the sex life of the gods. In this 12th chapter, we turn our gaze to a story that transcends mere physical attraction, delving into the very essence of devotion, perseverance, and the soul's arduous journey toward true love. We are about to immerse ourselves in the timeless and profoundly moving myth of Eros and Psyche, a narrative that has captivated hearts and minds for millennia, offering a powerful allegory for the challenges and ultimate triumph of love. This isn't just a simple tale of romance, it is, in many ways, the ultimate mythological love story, charting the soul's perilous journey to find an enduring, authentic connection. The narrative begins, as many great stories do, with an act of divine jealousy. Psyche, a mortal princess, possessed such breathtaking beauty that she inadvertently diverted the worship intended for Aphrodite herself. Incensed by this affront, the goddess of love and beauty dispatched her mischievous son, Eros, the very embodiment of desire, to make Psyche fall hopelessly in love with the most vile and despicable creature imaginable. But fate, or perhaps the deeper currents of the heart, had other plans. Eros, upon seeing Psyche, was so struck by her ethereal beauty and innocent grace that he accidentally pricked himself with his own arrow, falling irrevocably in love with the very mortal he was sent to condemn. Their secret courtship began under the shroud of darkness. Eros would visit Psyche nightly, forbidding her to look upon his face, fearing the wrath of his mother and the potential disruption of their fragile, clandestine love. For a time, Psyche lived in blissful, if enigmatic, happiness, cherished by an unseen lover in a magnificent palace. But as is often the case in tales of concealed love, doubt, and external influence began to poison her peace. Her envious sisters, consumed by jealousy over Psyche's luxurious life, planted seeds of suspicion in her mind, convincing her that her unseen lover must surely be a monstrous beast, biding his time to devour her. Overcome by fear and a gnawing curiosity, Psyche one night disobeyed Eros's sacred command. She lit a lamp, revealing her lover's divine, handsome face. A drop of oil from the lamp fell, awakening Eros, who, feeling betrayed by her lack of trust, fled instantly, leaving Psyche alone in her now empty palace, utterly desolate. Does this resonate with any experiences you've had, perhaps in a less dramatic form? Have you ever found yourself in a relationship where fear or external voices led you to doubt something precious, ultimately causing a rift? This aspect of the myth speaks profoundly to the universal human fear of vulnerability in love, the struggle to trust what we cannot fully see or understand, and the often painful journey of self-discovery that true love demands. It explores the profound idea that love isn't just a fleeting emotion or a physical attraction, but a profound commitment, a leap of faith requiring growth, patience, and resilience from both individuals. Psychologically, Psyche's act of lighting the lamp represents the human desire to intellectualize or rationalize love, to bring the unconscious, instinctual realm of passion into the full, perhaps harsh, light of conscious scrutiny, sometimes prematurely or destructively. To apply this to your own life, consider this. Reflect on moments where doubt or external pressures challenged a significant relationship or a burgeoning connection you truly valued. How did blind trust, or indeed, a lack of it, impact your decisions and the subsequent outcome? Can you identify any personal fears that currently prevent you from fully embracing vulnerability in love? Fears that might prompt you to light the lamp prematurely or unnecessarily. Begin by acknowledging these fears, then gently challenge them, asking yourself if the quest for absolute certainty might sometimes be the very thing that sabotages a deep and meaningful connection. Now, let's turn our attention to the heart of Psyche's redemptive journey, the seemingly impossible trials. Have you ever faced a seemingly insurmountable challenge, a task of the grains, where the sheer volume of work felt crushing? Or perhaps a golden fleece moment, where confronting a problem head-on felt too dangerous, and you needed to wait for the opportune moment? These trials symbolize the internal and external obstacles we face in our quest for personal growth and true connection. The need for patience, humility, and the willingness to accept help. The monster of the ego: curiosity, doubt, jealousy that often leads us astray, and the necessity of confronting our shadows. The journey to the underworld represents confronting one's deepest fears and unconscious patterns, and the profound consequences of succumbing to temptation. For practical application, consider identifying a significant goal or relationship challenge you're currently facing. What feels like an impossible task within it? Break that challenge down into smaller, more manageable steps, much like sorting the grains. Then, consider where you might need to ask for help, or where unexpected assistance might come from. Who are your ants or eagles? Furthermore, reflect on moments where your own curiosity or impatience led to a setback, like Psyche opening the box. How can you cultivate more self-discipline and trust in the process, understanding that some things are best left unopened, or at least approached with extreme caution and respect for boundaries? Finally, let us explore the profound philosophical union that this myth celebrates: the integration of physical desire and the resilient human soul. Eros, the embodiment of passionate, primal desire, and Psyche, whose very name means soul in Greek, come together in a union that transcends mere physicality. Their story isn't just a romance, it's an allegory for the soul's arduous yet ultimately purifying journey to integrate desire, suffering, and ultimately, divine love. Through her trials, Psyche is not merely winning back her love, she is purifying herself, becoming worthy of a higher form of union. Ultimately, Zeus himself intervenes, moved by Eros's devotion and Psyche's perseverance. He grants Psyche immortality, elevating her to the ranks of the gods. Their marriage then becomes not just a marital bond but an apotheosis. Psyche becomes a goddess, symbolizing the soul's transcendence through love and hardship, making love not just physical but profoundly spiritual. The child born of their union is voluptas, or pleasure, signifying that true, lasting pleasure is born not just of desire, but of a soul purified through adversity and united with conscious love. Have you witnessed or experienced a relationship that began with intense physical attraction, but through shared experiences, challenges, and mutual growth, evolved into something much deeper, a love that integrated friendship, devotion, and a profound spiritual connection? This union represents the healthy integration of our sensual, passionate nature with our deeper spiritual and emotional selves. It suggests that true love isn't about suppressing desire, but understanding, refining, and channeling it within the context of a conscious, evolving relationship. The resilience of the soul allows it to endure the pains of love, purify itself, and ultimately achieve a higher state of being alongside integrated desire. It speaks to the idea that true intimacy requires both vulnerability and fortitude, the capacity to feel deeply and to endure greatly. To bring this powerful concept into your daily life, consider your own understanding of love. Is it primarily physical, emotional, spiritual, or an intricate dance of all three? How do these aspects intertwine for you in your most significant relationships? Reflect on a relationship where you experienced significant personal growth. How did the challenges, the trials in that relationship, contribute to your development and the deepening of your connection? Actively strive to integrate your desires with your deeper emotional and spiritual needs in your current relationships. This means Chapter 13, Demeter's Earthly Desires. Welcome back, dear listeners, to the sex life of the gods. In this chapter, Chapter 13, we journey into the rich, fertile, and often surprising world of Demeter, the venerable goddess of the harvest, agriculture, and the sacred cycles of life and death. We often envision Demeter through the lens of her profound grief for Persephone, or as the benevolent, nurturing provider of sustenance for humanity. However, beneath that revered surface lies a goddess brimming with her own deep, earthly desires, a passion as vital and life-giving as the crops she oversees. Today, we peel back the layers to examine her ancient fertility rituals, and more importantly, her often overlooked, even scandalous, passions. What does it mean for the very earth to yearn, to desire, to seek connection beyond the conventional? Demeter's connection to the earth is not merely one of stewardship, it is an intimate, visceral bond, a direct reflection of her own internal landscape. When we think of fertility, our minds often go straight to the act of sowing and reaping, but for Demeter, it also encompassed the primal urges of creation, the blossoming of love, and the raw, untamed aspects of desire. She personifies the very essence of growth and abundance, and it is in this context that her personal desires take on a profound significance. Her story reminds us that even the most stoic or maternal figures among the gods harbored complex, deeply human longings. Now, let us delve into one of her most intriguing and telling affairs, one that starkly illustrates her earthy desires, her scandalous liaison with the mortal hero, Iasion. This was no polite, Olympian dalliance conducted in a celestial palace. No, their union took place in the most primal of settings, a freshly thrice-plowed field, during the wedding feast of Cadmus and Harmonia, of all places. Imagine the scene, the revelry, the feasting, the gods and mortals intermingling, and amidst it all, Demeter, drawn by an irresistible force, stealing away with Iasion into the freshly turned soil. This was an act of profound sensuality and deep symbolic resonance. The fertile earth, prepared for planting, became the very bed of their passion, signifying an unparalleled connection between divine desire and earthly procreation. The result of this union was Plutus, the god of wealth, specifically the wealth that springs from the bounty of the land. This story isn't just a fascinating anecdote, it's a powerful real-world storytelling example of how ancient cultures intertwine their understanding of natural cycles with human passion. Consider the ritualistic plowing ceremonies that existed in many agricultural societies, where the act of turning the earth was often imbued with sexual metaphor, symbolizing the male seed entering the female earth. Festivals like the Eleusinian Mysteries, deeply sacred to Demeter, hinted at similar connections, promising initiates knowledge of life, death, and rebirth, intrinsically linked to agricultural cycles and, by extension, human fertility. Even today, folk traditions in some cultures celebrate the sowing season with symbolic gestures that echo this ancient understanding of Earth's fertility, mirroring human potential for creation and love. Think of the joy and expectation associated with spring planting, a universal hope for new life, new beginnings, and abundant growth. Psychologically, this affair with Aeation matters immensely because it grounds Demeter's divine power in a profoundly human experience of desire. It demonstrates that fertility, in its broadest sense, is not just about abstract growth but about passionate engagement, even a rebellious one. It challenges our often sanitized view of goddesses, especially those associated with nurturing. It suggests that true generative power, both in the soil and within ourselves, often springs from raw, authentic connection, sometimes outside the conventional boundaries. It reminds us that our deepest desires are often rooted in our most fundamental, biological drives, connecting us intrinsically to the natural world. It speaks to the liberation found in embracing one's own earthy, primal urges, regardless of what society or even the other gods might deem appropriate. It's a testament to the powerful, life-affirming energy that flows when we allow ourselves to be truly present and passionate, much like the goddess herself in that plowed field. For practical application, consider how you might acknowledge and cultivate your own thrice-plowed fields in your life. Where are the areas you've prepared for growth, but perhaps haven't allowed passion to truly take root? Are there desires you've suppressed, thinking they were too earthly, too raw, or too unconventional for your established self? Perhaps it's about reconnecting with nature, physically feeling the earth, or allowing yourself to experience sensuality not just within a relationship, but in your daily interactions with the world. This could mean finding profound joy and connection in creating something with your hands, tending a garden, or simply allowing yourself to fully feel the sensations of eating, smelling, or touching. It's about recognizing that authentic, grounded desire is a potent force for creation and abundance in all aspects of your life, not just romantic love. This brings us to our second key point: agricultural fertility itself as a direct, profound metaphor for divine love and human reproduction. The very act of farming, preparing the soil, sowing the seeds, nurturing the growth, and finally harvesting the bounty, mirrors the intricate dance of love, conception, birth, and raising a family. When Demeter loves, the earth thrives. When she suffers, as she did during Persephone's abduction, the world plunges into winter, barren, and cold. This isn't mere coincidence, it's an explicit, divine statement. Her emotional state directly impacts the fecundity of the world, highlighting the immense power of emotion, passion, and connection in generating life and abundance. As a real-world storytelling example, think about the universal human tradition of planting something together with a loved one, perhaps a tree to commemorate a marriage, or a small garden with your children. This act is imbued with meaning far beyond simply growing a plant. It's an investment in the future, a shared hope, a living testament to connection and care. The annual cycle of farming, with its periods of intense labor, patient waiting, and joyful harvesting, mirrors the life cycle of a family, with its own seasons of struggle, growth, and fulfillment. Consider the deep satisfaction a farmer feels watching their crops flourish, a feeling akin to a parent watching their child thrive. This ancient metaphor is embedded in our language, too. We speak of planting seeds of an idea, cultivating a relationship, or reaping what we sow. Dyer. Chapter 14, The Norse Deviations. Welcome back, dear listeners, to the sex life of the gods. We've journeyed through the sun-drenched lands of Olympus, pondered the cosmic unions of ancient Egypt, and delved into the philosophical embrace of Eastern deities. Now, brace yourselves, for we are about to plunge into the frigid, tumultuous, and utterly fascinating realms of Norse mythology. Here, the gods and goddesses are less concerned with divine decorum and more absorbed in passion, chaos, and a unique brand of love that often defies conventional understanding. This is Chapter 14, The Norse Deviations, where we witness the raw, untamed, and sometimes bizarre love lives of the Aesir and Vanir, a pantheon whose very existence is steeped in the interplay of desire, power, and destiny, where a god's amorous escapade can literally birth a world-changing steed, or a goddess's fierce independence defines her power. If there is one deity who epitomizes unbridled independence and absolute ownership of her desires in the Norse pantheon, it is undoubtedly Freyja. She is not merely the goddess of love, beauty, and fertility, but also of war, death, and seer, a powerful form of magic. Her sexuality is not a tool for manipulation in the way some other goddesses might use it, nor is it a passive trait, it is an active, assertive force, integral to her very being and her power. Her desires are her own, pursued without apology or external validation. Consider the legendary tale of Brisingamen, her magnificent golden necklace. This wasn't a gift bestowed upon her, it was something she actively sought out, something she desired with an intensity that compelled her to acquire it. The price? Spending a night with each of the 4 dwarven craftsmen who forged it. Now, in many mythologies, such an act might be framed as scandalous, perhaps even shameful for a goddess, or certainly by patriarchal human standards. But for Freyja, it was a transaction, a declaration of her agency. She wanted the necklace, she understood the cost, and she paid it, without apology, without regret. It was her desire, her choice, and her power manifesting in a very direct way. This isn't about promiscuity for its own sake, it's about a goddess who knows precisely what she wants and has the audacity, the conviction, to pursue it on her own terms. She traverses the realms in her chariot pulled by two enormous cats, a symbol of fierce independence and untamed mystery, always radiating an aura of self-possession that is both alluring and formidable. Does this sound like a goddess constrained by anyone else's expectations? Not at all. Psychologically, what profound insights does Freya's story offer us? It's a powerful challenge to any lingering societal pressure that dictates how a woman, or indeed anyone, should express their sexuality or pursue their desires. Freya tells us that owning one's wants, whether material, emotional, or physical, is not a flaw but a profound source of strength. It highlights the liberation found in authenticity, in rejecting external judgments about personal choices. Her story invites us to question why certain desires are deemed acceptable while others are not, and whose agenda those distinctions truly serve. It's about personal sovereignty, about understanding that our choices, especially those surrounding our bodies and relationships, are fundamentally our own to make and to own, free from the shackles of guilt or shame. So, what can we, as listeners, take from Freya's powerful example? First, I encourage you to reflect on your own desires. Are there things you truly want but perhaps shy away from pursuing due to fear of judgment or societal norms? Second, practice embracing your personal agency. How can you communicate your needs more directly and authentically in your relationships, whether romantic or otherwise? Third, identify your own Brisingamen moments. What is something you desire deeply, and what are you willing to do, authentically and ethically, to acquire it? This isn't about reckless abandon, but about empowered decision-making, about aligning your actions with your deepest intentions, without apology. From the divine self-possession of Freya, we pivot to a figure whose impact on the Norse cosmos is defined by chaos, trickery, and arguably, the most bizarre sexual escapade in all mythology, Loki. The trickster god, sometimes an ally, often a tormentor, and always an agent of profound, unpredictable change, Loki's shape-shifting abilities extend far beyond mere disguise, bleeding into matters of sex and procreation with utterly world-altering consequences. His very identity is fluid, unbound by conventional forms or roles. The most famous, and perhaps most astonishing, example is when Loki transformed himself into a mare to distract Svalfari, the magnificent stallion of a giant builder. The gods had made a precarious wager with the giant: if he could build an impregnable wall around Asgard within a single winter, he would receive Freya as his wife, along with the sun and the moon. With the giant stallion doing an impossible amount of work, the gods faced losing the bet and fulfilling a truly catastrophic promise. So, Loki, ever the cunning and often desperate one, transformed into a beautiful mare, lured Svalfari away, ensuring the wall could not be completed on time. The astonishing part? Loki later gave birth to an 8-legged foal named Sleipnir, who would become Odin's steed, the fastest horse in all the 9 realms. Think about that for a moment, the trickster god, impregnating himself, birthing a creature of immense power and importance to the very king of the gods. It's a tale that shatters all conventional notions of gender, procreation, and even divine biology. Loki's sex life isn't about pleasure or even traditional romance, it's about manipulation, about achieving an outcome, often with utterly unexpected and profoundly disruptive methods, blurring the lines between creation and chaos. Chapter 15, The Egyptian Enigmas. Welcome, discerning listeners, to Chapter 15, The Egyptian Enigmas, where we plunge into a world of profound devotion, potent magic, and incredibly intense familial bonds that define the Egyptian pantheon. Have you ever considered the boundless limits of love and determination in the face of seemingly insurmountable loss and physical devastation? Our exploration begins with the unparalleled dedication of Isis, the quintessential magician and devoted sister-wife, as she tirelessly sought and meticulously reassembled the dismembered body of her beloved Osiris. Imagine the sheer, raw grief she endured, coupled with the unyielding resolve in her tireless quest to gather every scattered piece of him. This isn't merely a myth, it's a profound testament to unwavering love and commitment that resonates across millennia. Think of the real-world stories we hear, parents fighting tooth and nail for their children, partners steadfastly supporting each other through debilitating illnesses, or even individuals relentlessly pursuing a cure for a loved one, defying all odds and medical prognosis. Psychologically, this narrative speaks to our deepest human needs for connection, our innate struggle against loss, and the incredible, almost alchemical resilience of the human spirit to restore what is broken, whether physically, emotionally, or spiritually. How might you, in your own life, find that same tenacious spirit to reassemble a fractured project, a strained relationship, or even a fragmented sense of self after a significant setback or personal catastrophe? This powerful story is ultimately about the transformative power of sustained effort, driven by an enduring, profound love. Following this Herculean feat of devotion, we encounter the complex, miraculous blend of life, death, and conception that forms the very heart of Egyptian lore. From Osiris's magically reassembled yet deceased form, Isis, through profound and esoteric magic, conceived their son, Horus. This truly transcends conventional biological understanding, marrying the realms of life and death, the physical and the mystical, in a miraculous act of creative generation. It's a powerful testament to life's persistent and extraordinary drive to continue and renew itself, even in the most unlikely circumstances. Consider modern stories of miraculous conception against medical expectation, or the symbolic rebirth of communities after devastating natural disasters, where new life, new structures, and new hope are forged from the ashes of destruction. Psychologically, this intertwines our ancient human fascination with immortality, the cyclical nature of existence, and our profound, often unconscious, desire for continuity and legacy. It's a narrative that affirms the extraordinary possibility of new beginnings, even in the deepest shadows of profound endings, challenging our linear perceptions of time and causality. What personal deaths or painful conclusions in your own life, perhaps a career change, the end of a long relationship, or overcoming a deeply ingrained habit, could paradoxically lead to a miraculous conception, a new, unexpected idea, a fresh start you hadn't envisioned, or an entirely unprecedented creation? The Egyptian gods, through their extreme expressions of love, profound loss, and miraculous rebirth, offer us powerful insights into the extraordinary spectrum of human emotion, the boundless potential of magic, and the inherent resilience of life itself, consistently challenging our conventional understanding of life's boundaries. Next, we will journey beyond the Nile, exploring how these same deeply resonant themes of divine passion, unwavering devotion, and miraculous creation echo and transform in other ancient traditions across the globe. Chapter 16, Mortal Lovers and Divine Consequences. Welcome back, listeners, to the sex life of the gods. In our previous discussions, we've explored the thrilling, often chaotic, and undeniably potent passions that animate the divine pantheons. We've reveled in the power, the seduction, and the sheer audacity of these cosmic beings. But what happens when these immense forces, these divine appetites, intersect with the fragile, ephemeral world of mortals? Today, in Chapter 16, we turn our gaze to the devastating collateral damage, the unintended tragedies, that unfold when everyday humans find themselves caught in the very crossfire of divine lust and its inevitable consequences. It's a stark reminder that while the gods play out their dramas on an epic scale, it is often humanity that pays the ultimate price. Consider for a moment the profound power imbalance. A god, with cosmic authority and immortal vitality, engages in a dalliance with a mortal. What might seem like a fleeting passion or a temporary diversion for the deity can become an earth-shattering, life-altering event for the human involved, often ending in heartbreak, transformation, or even utter annihilation. The sheer scale of divine presence is too much for mortal flesh and spirit to bear, and the gods, in their self-absorption, frequently forget this crucial distinction. Let us first examine the tragic, fiery end of Semele, a princess of Thebes, and mother of the wine god Dionysus. Semele was one of Zeus's many mortal conquests, and as was often the case, Hera, Zeus's notoriously jealous wife, discovered the affair. Enraged and seeking revenge, Hera disguised herself as an old nurse, Beroe, and befriended the unsuspecting Semele. With cunning words, Hera planted seeds of doubt in Semele's mind, whispering that perhaps her lover wasn't truly the mighty Zeus, but merely a mortal pretending to be the king of the gods. Why else, Hera insinuated, would he visit her only under the cloak of darkness, never revealing his true glorious form? Manipulated and desperate to prove her lover's divine identity, Semele unwisely demanded that Zeus appear before her in all his unbridled, celestial majesty, swear an unbreakable oath by the river Styx that he would grant her any wish. Zeus, trapped by his own vow, had no choice but to comply, though he knew the dire implications. He pleaded with her to choose a different wish, one that would spare her, but Semele, driven by her misguided curiosity and Hera's insidious prodding, remained resolute. When Zeus finally revealed himself, not as a gentle lover, but as the mighty thunderer, wielder of lightning bolts, the raw, uncontained power of his divine essence was too much for Semele's mortal body. She was instantly incinerated, consumed by the very glory she had sought to behold. Only her unborn child, Dionysus, was miraculously saved from the ashes by Zeus himself, sewn into his thigh to complete his gestation. Now, pause and think about the implications here. In a real-world context, we see echoes of Semele's downfall in tales of individuals who, perhaps out of a desperate need for validation or a misplaced belief in their own invincibility, demand to see the true nature of overwhelming power. Imagine a junior employee, fueled by ambition and perhaps whispered suggestions from a rival, demanding that a powerful, unpredictable CEO reveal all their secrets, expose their true, unvarnished intentions, expecting to gain leverage or clarity. Such an act, without the wisdom to understand the consequences or the power to withstand the revelation, almost invariably leads to professional incineration. Or consider the historical figure who pushed too hard against an absolute monarchy, expecting to expose its flaws and remain unscathed. The consequences, more often than not, are devastating and absolute. Psychologically, Semele's story illuminates the perilous nature of unchecked curiosity and the human desire for absolute truth, especially when dealing with forces beyond our comprehension. It speaks to the danger of external manipulation, how insidious whispers can turn innocent cur. Sometimes, the most powerful wisdom lies in knowing what not to demand. Moving on, let's delve into another profound example of divine interaction leaving a mortal in a state of perpetual, bittersweet limbo, the myth of Endymion. Endymion was a handsome young shepherd, or in some accounts, a king, from Caria. He possessed such striking beauty that Selene, the Titan goddess of the moon, fell madly in love with him as she gazed down upon him sleeping in a cave on Mount Latmus. Consumed by her passion, and wishing to preserve his youthful beauty forever so she could eternally adore him without the pain of his aging and eventual death, Selene sought a way to grant him immortality. In some versions, she appealed to Zeus, in others, Endymion himself made a wish. The result, however, was the same. Endymion was granted eternal sleep, a perpetual slumber in which he would remain forever young and beautiful. Every night, Selene would descend from the sky, her silvery chariot gliding through the darkness, to visit her beloved Endymion, caressing him, showering him with kisses, lamenting his unconscious state, yet content in his unchanging perfection. He was immortal, yes, but in a state of perpetual unawareness, an eternal dream from which he could never truly awaken to return her love or even acknowledge her presence. Isn't this chilling in its own way? The desire to freeze time, to keep things perfect, often comes at a terrible cost. In our own world, we see parallels in the struggle to accept the natural cycles of life and growth. Consider the real-world narrative of a parent who, out of a deep and possessive love, cannot bear to see their child grow up and move away. They may, perhaps subconsciously, try to keep that child in a perpetual state of dependence, inhibiting their development and preventing them from experiencing life fully. The child remains young in the parent's eyes, an idealized version, but is trapped in a kind of waking sleep, unable to truly live their own life. Or think of the partner who refuses to move on from a past relationship, creating a shrine to a lost love, essentially keeping that memory in a state of idealized stasis, preventing themselves from engaging with new, dynamic possibilities. The desire to preserve perfection can become a cage. Psychologically, Endymion's myth speaks to the profound human fear of loss and the tragic irony of trying to circumvent natural change. Selene's love, while divine, was ultimately possessive. She wanted to possess the idea of Endymion, his beauty, his youth, rather than truly engaging with the dynamic, changing reality of a living, breathing, aging mortal. The gift of eternal sleep, while granting immortality, robbed Endymion of agency, consciousness, and the very experiences that define a life. It highlights the bittersweet nature of clinging to an ideal, of wanting to stop the clock rather than embracing the beauty and richness that comes with impermanence and transformation. This is a powerful allegory for the human tendency to idolize, to put things on a pedestal, and inadvertently strip them of their vitality in the process. So, what can we take away from Endymion's story for our own lives? The practical application here lies in learning to accept the fluidity and impermanence of life. Instead of trying to freeze moments or people in time, we must cultivate an appreciation for growth, change, and even decay. For the listener, this means recognizing when you might be trying to hold onto an idealized version of something, a relationship, a career, a phase of life, rather than allowing it to evolve naturally. Are you inadvertently putting someone or something into an eternal sleep by refusing to let them change, grow, or even depart? Embrace the living, breathing reality of transformation, for it is in the flux of life, not in its stasis, that true beauty and fulfillment often reside. Letting go can be an act of profound love, allowing both yourself and others to fully awaken and experience the journey of being truly alive. In both The Fiery Demise of Sem. Chapter 17, What the Gods Teach Us About Ourselves. Welcome back, cherished listeners, to the Sex Life of the Gods. We've embarked on an extraordinary journey together, traversing the celestial realms and delving into the passionate, often tumultuous, and undeniably human dramas of the divine. We've seen gods lust, love, betray, forgive, and transform. We've witnessed the intricate dance of power and vulnerability played out on an epic scale. Now, as we approach the twilight of our exploration, it's time for a crucial reflection. What do these ancient archetypes, these vibrant narratives, truly teach us about ourselves in the modern world? How do these timeless tales effectively conclude the main narrative arc of our understanding of human intimacy? Our goal in this chapter is not merely to recount history or mythology, but to draw profound, direct parallels between the often scandalous behaviors of the gods and the intricate psychology of modern relationships. We aim to wrap up the storytelling portion of this audiobook with a deeply resonant and memorable takeaway, one that empowers you with new perspectives on your own experiences. Let's begin by exploring some of the most striking mythological behaviors and connecting them directly to the fabric of contemporary love and attachment. Consider, for a moment, the perennial drama of Zeus and Hera. Zeus, the king of the gods, was renowned for his insatiable appetites and his numerous, often clandestine, affairs. His pursuit of nymphs, goddesses, and mortal women alike was relentless, leaving a trail of divine and semi-divine offspring in his wake. And Hera, his queen, in turn, was a figure consumed by fierce jealousy, her formidable wrath frequently unleashed upon Zeus's paramours and their innocent progeny. Does this sound familiar? In our modern world, we witness this dynamic playing out in countless relationships. Imagine a real-world scenario. We have a charismatic individual, let's call him Alex, who struggles deeply with commitment, constantly seeking novelty or external validation through a series of fleeting connections or even infidelity within a long-term partnership. He might be charming, adventurous, and incredibly attractive, much like Zeus, but his inability to settle or fully commit leaves a trail of emotional confusion and heartbreak. Then, we have his partner, let's call her Maya, who, like Hera, feels the excruciating sting of betrayal. Her anger and resentment, while understandable, often manifest as attempts to control or punish, leading to cycles of conflict and emotional exhaustion. What is the psychological analysis of why this matters so profoundly to us today? This isn't just about simple infidelity, it delves into the very core of attachment theory. Zeus, in his eternal quest for new conquests and his aversion to deep, singular commitment, embodies an avoidant attachment style. He seeks freedom over intimacy, fearing engulfment, or the loss of self within a committed bond. He might intellectualize his actions or blame external circumstances, rather than confronting his internal discomfort with true emotional closeness. Hera, conversely, represents a classic anxious attachment. She desperately tries to secure a bond that feels constantly threatened, her jealousy stemming from a deep-seated fear of abandonment and a struggle with her own self-worth, which she perceives as being inextricably linked to her partner's fidelity. This divine dance of pursuit and withdrawal, of fear of engulfment versus fear of abandonment, is one that many of us recognize within ourselves or in our relationships. So, what are the practical application steps for you, the listener? If you recognize the Zeus within you, that part that seeks novelty, validation, or avoids deep intimacy. The work involves understanding the roots of this pattern. Is it a fear of vulnerability? A historical trauma? A misunderstanding of what true intimacy actually offers? Begin to explore self-soothing techniques that don't rely on external conquests. For the Hera in you, or in your partner, that part that experiences intense jealousy and fear of abandonment, the path involves cultivating secure self-worth independent of another's actions. It means recognizing that the pain beneath the anger is often a cry for security and self-love. Both paths require a willingness to sit with discomfort, to explore past experiences, and to consciously choose healthier patterns. Can you cultivate a more secure attachment within yourself and seek partners who resonate with that newfound inner security? Let's move to another compelling myth, the story of Hades and Persephone. Hades, the brooding king of the underworld, abducts Persephone, bringing her to his dark domain. Yet, over time, a complex relationship develops, where Persephone, initially a victim, ultimately finds power, agency, and a unique form of love in her new realm, becoming queen of the underworld. Consider a modern parallel. Perhaps someone finds themselves unexpectedly drawn to a partner who, on the surface, seems wrong or even a bit dangerous according to societal expectations. This person might challenge their preconceived notions of happiness and security, pulling them into a deeper, perhaps darker, exploration of their own psyche. It could be a partner who helps us confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves, our family history, or our deepest fears, leading to profound and often unexpected personal growth. This journey into the unfamiliar, initially uncomfortable, ultimately becomes a crucible for transformation. From a psychological perspective, why does this resonate? The myth of Hades and Persephone speaks to the allure of the unknown, the necessary journey into our subconscious, and the transformative power of embracing our shadow self, those aspects of ourselves we keep hidden, even from our own conscious awareness. It symbolizes finding agency and power in unexpected places, even within situations that initially feel constraining or overwhelming. It touches on themes of growth through adversity, the integration of seemingly opposing forces within oneself, and the breaking of generational patterns. It's also a powerful metaphor for soul retrieval, the act of reclaiming and integrating repressed or disowned parts of our personality. This myth reminds us that growth often requires venturing beyond our comfort zone, into the metaphorical underworld of our own being. What practical application steps can we glean from this? Ask yourself, what aspects of your own self do you keep hidden, even from yourself? What parts of your emotional landscape or your past have you deemed too dark, too shameful, or too difficult to explore? How can you consciously journey into these underworlds of your psyche, either alone through introspection or with a trusted partner or therapist, to reclaim your power and integrate these hidden aspects? This involves immense courage, deep self-reflection, and a willingness to sit with the discomfort that inevitably arises when confronting our shadows. It's about understanding that true light often comes from embracing and integrating the darkness. Finally, let us reflect on Aphrodite, the goddess of love, beauty, and desire, who, in some myths, 7-day action plan. Welcome back, dear listener. As we journey further into the intricate tapestry of divine desires and human connections, we arrive at a pivotal moment, the 7-day action plan. This isn't merely a chapter, it's an invitation, a practical, week-long guide designed to empower you to apply the profound insights we've gleaned from mythological archetypes directly to your own life. Our goal, pure and simple, is to elevate your personal self-awareness and enrich your relationships in tangible, meaningful ways. You see, the stories of the gods and goddesses aren't just ancient tales spun around campfires, they are potent mirrors reflecting the universal patterns of human behavior, desire, and interaction. For too long, perhaps, these archetypes have been confined to academic texts or abstract discussions. Here, now, we are bringing them down from the heavens and into your everyday reality. We're transforming timeless wisdom into actionable steps, guiding you to recognize the divine within yourself and within your relationships. Are you ready to embark on a journey of profound self-discovery and relational transformation? Because by the end of this week, you won't just understand the gods, you'll understand yourself and your capacity for love and connection with a clarity you might not have thought possible. This isn't about becoming a god or goddess yourself, no, that's not the point. It's about harnessing the essence of these divine energies, understanding their strengths and their shadows, and consciously integrating them to forge a more fulfilling, authentic existence. It's about moving beyond abstract intellectual understanding to embodied, lived experience. This plan is your personal roadmap, a gentle yet powerful framework to help you navigate the complexities of your emotional landscape and the dynamics of your intimate partnerships. Let's begin our transformative week. Our first 2 days, Day 1 and Day 2, are dedicated to a crucial foundational exercise, identifying your dominant relationship archetype from the vast and varied pantheon of gods and goddesses. This isn't about labeling yourself permanently, but rather about gaining a snapshot of your prevailing patterns and inclinations when it comes to love, partnership, and intimacy. Think of it as taking a psychological selfie of your relational self. Consider for a moment a story, perhaps of Sarah. Sarah had always found herself drawn to powerful, charismatic, yet often emotionally unavailable partners. She would invest heavily, striving for exclusivity, only to be met with wandering eyes or distant affections. She often felt like a queen trying to reign over a perpetually shifting kingdom, constantly battling for loyalty and commitment. When she explored the archetypes, she recognized elements of Hera within herself, the powerful queen, fiercely devoted to her marriage, yet plagued by jealousy and a deep fear of betrayal, often reacting with thunderous anger or profound sorrow when her expectations were unmet. On the flip side, she also saw the shadow aspects of a Zeus-like partner in her choices, those who embody a boundless, sometimes irresponsible, desire for variety and freedom. This recognition was a revelation for her. It wasn't about blaming herself or her partners, but about seeing a recurring narrative, a pattern that played out repeatedly in her love life. She understood that her deep yearning for unwavering fidelity, while valid, often manifested as controlling behavior, pushing away the very commitment she desired. The revelation provided a framework, a way to name the unseen forces at play in her romantic history. Psychologically, identifying your dominant archetype matters immensely because it brings the unconscious into conscious awareness. Our relational patterns, often established in early life experiences or through inherited family dynamics, operate largely beneath the surface. We repeat behaviors, make similar choices, and attract similar dynamics without truly understanding why. When you can name the archetype that predominantly guides your radical self-love isn't about arrogance, it's about recognizing your inherent divinity, your intrinsic worthiness of love and joy, simply by virtue of existing. It means filling your own cup first, so that you can pour from an overflow, not from an empty vessel. It teaches others how to treat you, not through demanding, but through demonstrating. When you genuinely love and value yourself, you radiate an energy that naturally attracts healthier, more respectful connections and repels those that would diminish you. It cultivates an inner resilience and a deep well of emotional security that is not easily swayed by external circumstances or the opinions of others. It's the ultimate act of empowerment. 4 practical application steps for Aphrodite's radical self-love. Dedicate time each day, days 3, 4, and 5 to activities that bring you genuine pleasure and self-nurturing. This could be anything from a mindful walk in nature, listening to your favorite music, engaging in a creative hobby, or simply savoring a cup of tea. Practice daily affirmations in front of a mirror, focusing on your inherent beauty, strength, and worthiness. I am beautiful, inside and out. I am worthy of love and joy. I accept and adore myself completely. Engage your senses, wear clothes that make you feel good, light candles, enjoy the scent of essential oils. Identify and challenge negative self-talk the moment it arises. Ask yourself, would I say this to a beloved friend? If not, why are you saying it to yourself? Treat your body as a temple, nourishing it with wholesome food, gentle movement, and adequate rest. This is a commitment to yourself, a promise to honor your own sacred being. Hand in hand with self-love comes the establishment of Artemis-level personal boundaries. Consider Michael, who, like Elena, had a history of putting others first, particularly his romantic partners. He would agree to plans he didn't enjoy, lend money he couldn't afford to lose, and allow his personal space and time to be consistently infringed upon. He felt overwhelmed and perpetually depleted. When he began to understand Artemis, the fiercely independent huntress who guarded her sacred groves and her autonomy, he realized he needed to reclaim his own sovereignty. He started by identifying specific areas where his boundaries were weak. He began to practice saying no to small requests, then to larger ones, calmly and clearly explaining his limits. He communicated to his partner that he needed certain evenings for himself, for his own hobbies and solitude. He defined what he was and wasn't willing to discuss or tolerate in arguments. Initially, it was uncomfortable, but as he consistently upheld his boundaries, he noticed a dramatic shift. He felt a newfound sense of integrity and strength, and surprisingly, his relationships became healthier. His friends respected his time more, and his partner, after an initial period of adjustment, appreciated his clarity and self-respect. Psychologically, clear and firm boundaries are absolutely essential for any healthy relationship, be it romantic, platonic, or familial. Without boundaries, we become enmeshed, losing our sense of self and allowing others to define our experiences. This leads to resentment, emotional exhaustion, and a breakdown of mutual respect. Artemis, with her unwavering independence and her sacred, inviolable space, teaches us the power of self-preservation. Boundaries are not about keeping people out, they are about inviting people in on your terms, terms that honor your well-being and integrity. They communicate to others how you expect to be treated and, crucially, how you treat yourself. They foster safety and trust, because when you know where the lines are, you can relax into the connection without fear of being overwhelmed or violated. Strong boundaries are a declaration of your self-worth and a prerequisite for genuine, equitable connection. They prevent burnout and allow you to show up more fully and authentically when you do engage. 4 practical application steps for Artemis-level BO. Be prepared for their reaction, which might range from surprise to relief to defensiveness. Your role is to share your truth, clearly and calmly, just as Hermes delivers his messages. Finally, we arrive at committing with the fierce devotion of Isis on day 7. Think of the myth of Isis, tirelessly searching for the scattered pieces of Osiris, meticulously reassembling him, and through her unwavering love and magic, bringing him back to life. This isn't just about commitment to a person, it's about devotion to the relationship itself, and to your chosen path. Imagine Sarah and Tom, a couple who had weathered significant storms, career changes, family illnesses, periods of intense personal struggle. There were times when it felt easier to walk away. But after a particularly challenging year, they consciously decided to channel the energy of Isis. They didn't just stay together, they actively chose to recommit, to rebuild, to devote themselves anew to the partnership they had forged. They created new rituals of connection, like a weekly State of the Union conversation, and small, daily acts of service and kindness. Tom surprised Sarah by taking on more household responsibilities without being asked, easing her burden. Sarah made sure to express her appreciation and offer unwavering emotional support during a stressful project at Tom's work. Their commitment wasn't passive, it was an active, fierce and intentional daily choice to nurture their bond, to see each other through the challenges, and to believe in the enduring power of their love. This devotion didn't eliminate problems, but it gave them the strength and resilience to face them together, transforming their relationship into an unbreakable sanctuary. Psychologically, conscious, unwavering commitment, imbued with the fierce devotion of Isis, is the bedrock upon which truly profound and lasting relationships are built. In a world that often prizes novelty and easy escape, choosing to commit, and to recommit daily, is an act of revolutionary strength. It moves beyond superficial attraction and into the deeper realms of shared purpose, mutual support, and unwavering loyalty. Isis's devotion teaches us that love is not just a feeling, but a powerful, active force, a choice to show up, to mend, to nurture, and to believe in the enduring potential of a bond, even when it feels fractured. This isn't about blind loyalty or suffering in an unhealthy relationship, rather, it's about intentionally choosing your person, your relationship, or your path, and then pouring your energy into its growth and sustenance. It's about understanding that the greatest joys often emerge from facing challenges together, from proving your dedication through action, and from investing in a future you are actively co-creating. This kind of devotion fosters deep trust, security, and a sense of shared destiny that allows both individuals to flourish within the embrace of the partnership. 4 practical application steps for Isis's devotion on Day 7. Reflect on what true commitment means to you beyond words and legalities. It's an ongoing act of will, nurturing, and support. Identify one specific, tangible area where you can demonstrate deeper devotion to your most significant relationship this week. This could be dedicating uninterrupted quality time, offering proactive support for a partner's goal, expressing profound gratitude, or engaging in acts of service. Consider creating a new ritual of commitment, perhaps renewing personal vows to your partner, or simply making a private promise to yourself to consciously show up with greater intention and presence in your connection. Practice active, empathetic listening. Offer words of affirmation and appreciation. See your relationship not as something that just is, but as something vibrant and alive, requiring your constant, loving attention, much like a sacred garden. This final day is about solidifying your intentions and moving forward with a profound sense of purpose and dedication. And so, dear listener, you have completed your 7-day act. Summary. Welcome back, dear listener, for what I believe will be one of the most resonant and reflective moments in our shared journey. We've spent countless hours, nearly 5 by the clock, delving into the extraordinary, often tumultuous, and endlessly fascinating realm of divine existence. From the thunderous halls of Olympus to the shadowy depths of the underworld, across the rainbow bridge to Asgard, and through the cosmic dance of the Hindu Trimurti, we have witnessed the intimate, sometimes shocking, and always deeply human-like experiences of the gods. This has not merely been a tour through ancient texts and forgotten lore, it has been a profound exploration of the fundamental forces that shape existence, manifest through beings of immense power, yet startlingly familiar desires. This chapter, our summary, isn't just a simple recap, it's an opportunity to crystallize the profound insights we've uncovered, to gather the threads of narrative and weave them into a tapestry of understanding that hopefully offers a new lens through which to view not only the divine but, more importantly, ourselves. Are you ready to revisit the most salient lessons, the most impactful revelations, and the enduring wisdom embedded within these ancient tales? Let us consolidate our divine and mythological journey, bringing into sharp focus the very essence of the sex life of the gods. Our exploration, spanning 278 minutes of dedicated listening, has been a deep dive into pantheons across the globe, revealing not just their unique attributes but their startling commonalities. We've seen gods who are benevolent creators, vengeful destroyers, passionate lovers, and petty rivals. They embody the full spectrum of existence, from the sublime to the ridiculous, often within the same breath. What binds them, despite their cultural disparities, is a universal reflection of human experience, magnified to an epic scale. We've pondered the intricate dance between fate and free will, the intoxicating allure of absolute power, the unpredictable currents of reckless love, the heavy shadow of inescapable tragedy, and the astonishingly persistent echoes of human frailty that resonate even in the most divine beings. These aren't just quaint stories from antiquity, they are archetypal narratives that continue to shape our understanding of the world, our relationships, and our own inner lives. So, let's unpack these core themes, one by one, to truly grasp their enduring significance. First, let us revisit the intoxicating, often terrifying, concept of absolute power. What does it truly mean when a being can command the very elements, reshape destiny, or ignite life and death with a mere thought? We've seen Zeus, the king of the Olympian gods, a deity whose power was virtually unchallenged, capable of hurling thunderbolts that could reshape mountains, or transforming into any guise imaginable to pursue his desires. His power was not just physical, it was socio-political within the divine hierarchy, dictating the fates of mortals and gods alike. Consider also Odin, the Allfather of the Norse pantheon, who sacrificed an eye for wisdom, wielding not only raw strength but also potent magic and the ability to foresee the eventual doom of Ragnarok. Or think of the Hindu deity Vishnu, whose cosmic slumber and subsequent awakening manifest entire universes, a power so absolute it transcends individual will and embodies the very fabric of existence. These examples are not merely displays of might, they are cautionary tales and illuminating parables about the nature of unchecked authority. From a real-world storytelling perspective, we see this theme echoed throughout history and fiction. Think of the legendary tales of absolute monarchs, emperors, or even modern-day dictators whose whims could determine the fate of millions. Shakespeare's plays, for instance, are replete with kings and queens grappling with the immense burden and corrupting influence of their absolute power. Lady Macbeth's ambition, fueled by the desire for ultimate control, ultimately consumes her. The story of Alexander the Great, conquering vast empires, provides a historical parallel. His legendary power allowed him to reshape the known world, but it also led to personal excesses and an early, enigmatic death. Even in contemporary narratives, from epic fantasy sagas like The Lord of the Rings with Sauron's overwhelming desire for dominion through the One Ring, to political thrillers exploring the corrupting influence of high office, the fascination and fear of absolute power remain deeply ingrained in our collective psyche. These stories resonate because they tap into a universal truth about the human condition. Psychologically, why does absolute power matter so much? It's because the desire for control is a fundamental human drive. We crave certainty, order, and the ability to dictate our own circumstances. When we imagine a being with absolute power, we are, in a way, projecting our own deepest desires for omnipotence, for a world where our will is law and our fears are non-existent. However, the myths simultaneously expose the dark side of this fantasy. Absolute power, as we've seen with Zeus's philandering or Hera's jealous rage, often leads to arrogance, isolation, and a profound detachment from the consequences of one's actions. It corrupts because it removes the natural checks and balances that govern human interaction, accountability, empathy, and the understanding of mutual vulnerability. The psychological weight of such responsibility, the constant need to assert dominance, and the fear of losing that power can twist even the noblest intentions. It fosters a narcissism where the world revolves around the powerful individual, making them prone to impulsive decisions driven by ego rather than wisdom. So, what are the practical applications for us, the listeners, in understanding this theme of absolute power? First, it compels us to critically examine power dynamics in our own lives, both personal and professional. Where do you hold power, and how responsibly do you wield it? Are you a leader in your workplace, a parent in your family, or simply someone with influence in a social circle? Recognizing the subtle ways power operates, and the temptations it presents, allows us to exercise our own agency with greater awareness and ethical consideration. Second, it encourages us to challenge unjust power structures when we encounter them, not blindly accepting authority but questioning its source, its purpose, and its impact on the vulnerable. This doesn't mean a constant state of rebellion, but rather a cultivated discernment. Third, it invites introspection into our own desires for control. Are we seeking to dominate situations out of genuine leadership, or from a place of insecurity or fear? By understanding the divine struggles with power, we can better navigate our own internal landscapes and strive for a balance of influence and humility in our interactions. Now, let us turn our attention to the second powerful theme, reckless love. The divine narratives are absolutely brimming with tales of. Think of the Norse pantheon and the looming shadow of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, a predetermined cataclysm that even Odin, with all his wisdom, cannot ultimately avert. His pursuit of knowledge is partly driven by a desperate attempt to understand, and perhaps delay, this inevitable doom. Consider the tale of Prometheus, a titan who, out of love for humanity, defied Zeus, and suffered an eternal, agonizing punishment. While his act was heroic, his fate was sealed, an inescapable consequence of his rebellion. Even heroes like Heracles, a demigod, are plagued by divine wrath and forced to endure unimaginable labors and personal tragedies, driven by fate and the envy of the gods. These stories teach us that even for those closest to ultimate power, certain destinies are unalterable. From a real-world storytelling perspective, inescapable tragedy forms the bedrock of countless narratives that explore the human condition. Ancient Greek tragedies, by definition, centered on characters, often of noble birth, whose hubris or tragic flaw led them inexorably towards a devastating end. Oedipus Rex, a king whose destiny to kill his father and marry his mother was foretold and relentlessly fulfilled despite his every effort to avoid it, remains a quintessential example. In literature, we see this in novels where characters are trapped by circumstance, societal expectations, or the weight of history, unable to escape their predetermined path. Think of stories set during wartime, where individuals are swept up in forces far beyond their control, leading to unavoidable loss and suffering. These narratives resonate because they mirror our own lived experiences with loss, with the unexpected turns of fate, and with the moments where despite our best efforts, we simply cannot change an outcome. They acknowledge the fragility of existence and the limits of our control. Psychologically, why does the theme of inescapable tragedy resonate so deeply with us? It's because it touches upon our most fundamental human fears, the fear of helplessness, the fear of loss, and the fear of mortality. Despite our advancements and our desire for control, there are always elements of life that remain outside our dominion: illness, natural disaster, the passage of time, and ultimately, death. The divine tragedies help us process these uncomfortable truths by externalizing them through powerful narratives. They offer a framework for understanding the concept of destiny versus free will, allowing us to grapple with the tension between our agency and the forces beyond our control. Psychologically, recognizing these inescapable tragedies can be both terrifying and liberating. Terrifying because it reminds us of our vulnerability, liberating because it encourages a form of acceptance, a relinquishing of the need to control everything, and an embrace of resilience in the face of adversity. It helps us confront the inherent impermanence of all things and to find meaning even in suffering. So, what are the practical applications for us in understanding this theme of inescapable tragedy? Firstly, it encourages us to cultivate resilience and acceptance in the face of life's inevitable setbacks. While we strive to shape our circumstances, there will always be events beyond our influence. Learning to distinguish between what we can change and what we must accept is a crucial life skill. This isn't about resignation but about wise discernment. Second, it can foster greater empathy for others who are enduring suffering, reminding us that no one is immune to tragedy, regardless of their status or power. Understanding that even divine beings face insurmountable sorrows can help us connect more deeply with the shared human experience of pain. Third, it invites us to find meaning and growth in adversity. Just as the gods, despite their tragedies, often emerge with new wisdom or understanding, so too can we use our difficult experiences as catalysts for personal development, finding strength we didn't know we possessed. It's about learning to lean into the discomfort. The sex life of the gods is not merely an exposé of divine dalliances, it is a profound mirror reflecting the very essence of the human condition. The myths are not just fantastical tales from a distant past, they are enduring narratives that explain the fundamental nature of existence, morality, love, power, and suffering in a language that transcends time and culture. They are the initial attempts of humanity to grapple with the inexplicable, to articulate the inchoate stirrings of our souls, and to find meaning in a world often defined by chaos and beauty in equal measure. Consider, for a moment, how ancient cultures used these stories. They weren't just for entertainment. They were frameworks for explaining the rising and setting of the sun, the changing of the seasons, the fertility of the land, the destructive force of a storm, or the profound mystery of death. Beyond natural phenomena, they were moral compasses, cautionary tales, and inspirational epics. The trials of Odysseus, though guided by gods, were deeply human trials of perseverance, loyalty, and the yearning for home. The wisdom of Athena, the fury of Poseidon, the passion of Aphrodite, these were not just character traits of deities, they were personifications of human intelligence, rage, desire, aspects of ourselves writ large. The gods loved, they hated, they celebrated, they mourned, they schemed, they sacrificed. In every divine act, we find an echo of human experience, elevated to a cosmic scale. These stories provided answers to the biggest questions, explaining suffering, justifying social structures, and offering hope for an afterlife, all through relatable, albeit magnified, human dramas. Psychologically, the enduring power of these narratives lies in their archetypal nature, a concept famously explored by Carl Jung. These divine figures and their stories tap into a collective unconscious, a shared reservoir of human experiences, images, and symbols that resonate across all cultures and throughout history. The mother goddess, the wise old man, the trickster, the hero, these aren't just characters, they are archetypes that represent universal patterns of human behavior and experience. When we hear stories of gods struggling with betrayal, battling monstrous foes, or succumbing to temptation, we unconsciously recognize these patterns within our own lives and within the broader human story. This creates a deep psychological connection, a sense of recognition that transcends the literal narrative. It's why a story from ancient Sumeria can still feel profoundly relevant to someone living in the modern world. It speaks to the unchanging core of what it means to be human. These narratives help us make sense of our world by providing templates for understanding human motivations, conflicts, and resolutions, offering a lens through which to interpret the often confusing complexities of our own internal and external realities. So, what are the practical applications for us in recognizing that to understand the gods is to understand ourselves? Firstly, it encourages a deeper, more critical engagement with all forms of storytelling, whether it's ancient mythology, contemporary literature, film, or even personal anecdotes. When you hear a story, ask yourself, what universal human truth is being explored here? What archetypal figures are at play? How does this story reflect aspects of my own experience or the collective human experience? This transforms passive consumption into active, insightful reflection. Second, it fosters immense empathy. By seeing the divine struggle with the same fundamental emotions and challenges that we face, we can cultivate a greater understanding for the struggles of those around us, recognizing the shared humanity that connects us all. It reminds us that no matter how different our outward lives may appear, beneath the surface, we are all grappling with love, loss, power, and frailty. Third, it provides a powerful framework for self-discovery. By studying the gods, by identifying with their triumphs and their mistakes. Call to action. My dear listener, as we draw near to the conclusion of our profound journey through the sex life of the gods, you might be feeling a swirl of emotions and new insights. Perhaps you've found yourself nodding in recognition at the timeless struggles and passionate unions of deities, or perhaps you've discovered an unexpected mirror reflecting aspects of your own romantic narrative within these ancient tales. Whatever your experience, this chapter, Call to Action, isn't merely an ending, it is, in fact, an invitation, a vibrant summons to deepen your engagement, to contribute your unique voice to this ongoing conversation, and to continue the magnificent odyssey of self-discovery we've embarked upon together. The core concept we embrace in this concluding segment is beautifully simple, yet profoundly impactful: to encourage your active participation, to foster the generation of your valuable reviews, and, most importantly, to inspire your continued, enthusiastic exploration of these rich, enduring mythological topics. We've ventured into realms where the sacred and the sensuous intertwine, where divine passions illuminate human desires, and where the epic scope of mythology offers a kaleidoscopic lens through which to view the intricacies of love, partnership, and individual identity. Now, it's your turn to not just observe, but to engage, to reflect, and to project your own evolving understanding back into the world, thereby enriching the tapestry for all who follow. Think of it not as a demand, but as a natural extension of the learning and introspection you've already undertaken. Just as the gods themselves constantly interacted, influenced, and evolved through their relationships and actions, so too does your engagement contribute to the ongoing life of this narrative, this exploration, and this community. Your insights are not just your own, they are threads in a larger conversation, waiting to be woven into a collective understanding. This journey with the sex life of the gods is, after all, fundamentally about connection, connection to ancient wisdom, connection to our innermost selves, and crucially, connection to one another. Let's begin by delving into the first, and perhaps most direct, way you can engage, by sharing your voice through a rating and an honest review on your preferred audiobook platform. Is this a mere request for digital validation? Absolutely not. It is an invitation to articulate your experience, to solidify your thoughts, and to become an active participant in the literary ecosystem. Consider, if you will, the mythical figure of Orpheus. His music was so compelling, so deeply felt, that it could move stones, charm beasts, and even sway the rulers of the underworld. Orpheus didn't just play. He poured his very soul into his melodies, and the world responded, profoundly affected by his artistry. In a similar, though perhaps less dramatic, vein, your review is your unique melody. It's an expression of how this book has resonated with you, how it has potentially shifted your perspective, or perhaps simply entertained and informed you during your listening hours. Let me paint a real-world picture for you. Imagine a prospective listener, much like you once were, browsing through countless titles. They might be feeling overwhelmed, uncertain where to invest their precious time and attention. They stumble upon the sex life of the gods. They read the synopsis, perhaps feel a flicker of intrigue, but what truly tips the balance for them? More often than not, it's the chorus of voices that have come before them, your voices. They see a 5-star rating, and it piques their interest. They read a review that says, "I never thought mythology could be so relevant to my own relationships," or "This book completely transformed how I view archetypes in modern romance." Suddenly, the book isn't just a title, it's a doorway, validated and illuminated by the shared experiences of others. Your review isn't just text on a screen, it's a beacon, guiding fellow seekers to a potentially enriching experience. Now, let's explore the profound psychological impact of leaving a review, both for you, the reviewer, and for the broader community. For you, the act of articulating your thoughts about the book serves as a powerful process of consolidation and self-reflection. When you engage in critical thinking about what you've just consumed, identifying what resonated, what challenged you, what perhaps even confused or frustrated you, you move beyond passive reception into active meaning-making. This process strengthens neural pathways, solidifies memory, and helps integrate new information into your existing mental frameworks. It's akin to the Socratic method of learning, where questioning and verbalizing one's understanding leads to deeper comprehension and retention. You're not just recalling facts, you're processing feelings, connecting concepts, and drawing personal conclusions. This mental exercise is inherently rewarding, offering a sense of closure and intellectual accomplishment. Furthermore, contributing a review taps into a fundamental human need for agency and contribution. We are social creatures, and a part of our well-being comes from feeling connected and influential within our communities. By leaving a review, you are actively shaping the narrative around this book. You are providing valuable feedback to creators, like myself, which is incredibly motivating and helps us to understand what truly resonates with our audience. But beyond that, you are performing a selfless act of service for your fellow listeners. You are helping them make informed choices, fostering a sense of shared experience, and contributing to the intellectual commons. This act of altruism, even in a small way, can lead to a surge of positive emotions, enhancing your sense of purpose and belonging. From a broader psychological perspective, reviews create a powerful social proof. In an era of information overload, people rely heavily on the wisdom of the crowd to navigate choices. When potential listeners see numerous positive, thoughtful reviews, it creates a sense of trust and credibility. It's a collective endorsement that signals value and quality. This phenomenon is deeply rooted in our evolutionary past, where conforming to group consensus often served as a survival mechanism. In the modern context, it translates into a powerful decision-making heuristic. Your individual review, therefore, becomes a vital thread in this intricate web of social proof, helping to weave a tapestry of shared appreciation and informed choice. It transforms the solitary act of listening into a communal experience. So, how can you practically apply this understanding and leave your mark? The steps are beautifully straightforward, yet their impact, as we've discussed, For years, she blamed herself, or her partners, or simply bad luck. One day, Ilora stumbled upon the concept of mythological archetypes. As she delved into the stories, a striking pattern emerged. She recognized her partners, and her own magnetic pull towards them, in the intoxicating and tempestuous saga of Zeus, the king of the gods, powerful, alluring, yet notoriously unfaithful and driven by impulsive desires. She then saw herself reflected in Hera, Zeus's long-suffering, yet fiercely loyal and ultimately powerful queen, who yearned for commitment and stability, but was constantly challenged by her partner's wanderings. This wasn't about excusing behavior or labeling people, it was about understanding a pattern. Ilora realized she was unconsciously drawn to the drama of the Zeus archetype because it offered an exhilarating, larger-than-life love, even with its inherent instability. And her own Hera archetype sought to tame and contain that wildness, creating a perpetual dynamic of attraction and conflict. Armed with this insight, Ilora didn't suddenly transform her relationships overnight. But she gained clarity. She started to recognize the early signs of this archetypal dance. She began to ask herself, am I truly seeking a Zeus, with all the inherent challenges that entails, or am I yearning for a different kind of divine partnership? This self-awareness empowered her to make more conscious choices, to set clearer boundaries, and to ultimately seek out relationships that aligned more authentically with her deepest needs, rather than repeating an unconscious, mythical drama. Her understanding of archetypes didn't just explain her past, it illuminated her path forward, allowing her to write a new chapter in her own love story. Now, let's consider the profound psychological importance of identifying your personal mythological love archetype. At its heart, this process taps into the deep, Jungian understanding that archetypes are universal, archaic patterns and images that derive from the collective unconscious and are the psychic counterpart of instinct. They are foundational blueprints for human experience, and they manifest in our dreams, our art, our stories, and crucially, in our relationships. When you discover your love archetype, you are essentially unearthing one of these fundamental blueprints that shapes your approach to romance. This isn't about fitting you into a rigid box, it's about providing a profound lexicon, a rich vocabulary, to describe the nuances of your romantic self. It helps you understand why you're attracted to certain types of people, why you repeat certain relational patterns, and why you react to love and loss in particular ways. This enhanced self-understanding reduces confusion and self-blame, replacing it with clarity and compassion. Furthermore, identifying your archetype provides a powerful narrative framework. Humans are wired for storytelling. We make sense of the world, and ourselves, through narratives. When you can frame your romantic journey within the context of a mythological archetype, you gain a sense of belonging to a larger, timeless story. This can be incredibly validating, as it normalizes your experiences, showing you that your struggles and joys are not isolated, but are echoes of patterns that have played out for millennia. It offers a sense of meaning and purpose to your romantic quest, transforming what might feel like random events into chapters in a grand, personal epic. Beyond self-understanding, this process also fosters empathy. When you understand your own archetype, you become more attuned to the archetypes at play in others. You start to see your partner not just as an individual, but as someone potentially embodying elements of a Dionysus, a Persephone, an Apollo, or an Artemis. This perspective allows you to appreciate their unique relational dynamics, to understand their motivations, and to navigate conflicts with greater insight and patience. It shifts the focus from what's wrong with them, to what archetypal energies are at play here, and there are no right or wrong answers, only deeper truths about yourself waiting to be uncovered. Fifth, and perhaps most crucially, the resources will offer interpretative guidance. Once you've identified your potential archetypes, the companion guide will provide insights into what this means for your romantic journey. It will suggest areas for growth, highlight your inherent strengths, and offer strategies for navigating common challenges associated with your archetype. For example, if you identify strongly with a Dionysus lover archetype, celebrating passion and ecstasy but perhaps struggling with groundedness, the guide might suggest practices for cultivating stability and commitment without sacrificing your vibrant spirit. If you're a Demeter lover, focused on nurturing and caretaking, it might encourage you to prioritize your own needs and boundaries. Finally, and this is where the practical application truly shines, the workbook or website will present you with concrete steps and reflective prompts for integrating this newfound understanding into your daily life and relationships. This isn't just about labeling yourself, it's about leveraging this knowledge for positive change. You might be encouraged to journal about how your archetype has played out in past relationships, to have open conversations with your partner about your archetypal dynamics, or to consciously practice balancing your archetypal strengths with areas you wish to develop. For instance, if you discover you are a strong Artemis lover, valuing independence and focus, you might be given prompts to explore how you can also cultivate greater emotional intimacy and interdependence, without sacrificing your essential autonomy. This integration phase is where the magic truly happens, where ancient wisdom transforms into actionable steps for a more fulfilling and self-aware love life. My dear listener, we've covered a remarkable expanse together within these pages and these moments of shared reflection. We began this chapter with a vibrant call to action, an invitation for you to become an active participant in the ongoing life of the sex life of the gods, moving beyond passive consumption to engaged contribution. We first explored the profound importance of leaving a rating and an honest review, not as a mere digital formality, but as an act of self-reflection, community service, and vital feedback for creators. We delved into the psychological rewards for you, the consolidation of learning, the sense of agency, and the altruistic joy of guiding fellow seekers. We understood how your voice, much like Orpheus's compelling song, creates a powerful social proof, a beacon for others navigating the vast sea of literary choices. And we walked through the practical, simple steps to transform your listening experience into a meaningful public contribution, reinforcing the notion that your thoughts and feelings have value and impact. Then, our journey took a more intimate turn, inviting you to delve even deeper into the labyrinth of your own heart and mind through the companion website and downloadable workbook, designed to help you discover your personal mythological love archetype. We saw how this quest, much like Psyche's own mythological trials, is a path to profound self-understanding. We heard the story of Illyra, whose discovery of her Hera and her partner's Zeus archetypes transformed her relational patterns from confusing repetition into conscious choice. Psychologically, we recognized that identifying your archetype provides a timeless narrative framework, reduces self-blame, fosters empathy for others, and most powerfully, acts as a catalyst for conscious evolution in your romantic life. We outline the practical steps to access these resources, engage in reflective exercises, interpret the archetypal descriptions, utilize self-assessment tools, and finally, integrate this profound knowledge into actionable steps for a more fulfilling and authentic love story of your very own. So, where does this leave us? It leaves us at a threshold. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.